Hi, good morning. Welcome to another workshop in the 2022 Scoping Plan Update Series. My name is Stephanie Cotto, and I work in the Industrial Strategies Division at CARB. Today, we are presenting the results from the Air Quality and Health Analyses and Economic Analyses for the AB 32 sources and natural and working land scenarios. As a reminder, this workshop is being recorded, and we will post the recording on the Scoping Plan meetings and workshops webpage. And next slide. So the agenda for today's workshop is posted on the Scoping Plan webpage. We will begin with an overview of the pathways cost modeling by E3, followed by the macroeconomic modeling of the AB 32 sources scenarios by Rhodium Group. Next, UC Irvine will share the results from their air quality and health benefits modeling of the AB 32 sources scenarios, and CARB staff will follow with an AB 32 sources scenarios summary presentation. We'll then take a short break at noon, and upon return, my CARB colleagues will share results from modeling of wildfire emissions and health impacts, as well as the economic analyses of natural and working lands actions, and we'll conclude with next steps. Next slide. So our objectives for today's workshop are twofold. First, we want to build from the greenhouse gas emissions modeling results presented at the March 15th workshop by sharing the corresponding direct costs and economic analyses for the scenarios and sharing the estimated health benefits from air quality improvement for the scenarios. Second, we want to hear from stakeholders in preparation for the release of the draft scoping plan next month. Today's presentations can be accessed on the Scoping Plan Meetings and Workshops webpage. Next slide. So the number of audience members at virtual Scoping Plan workshops has ranged from 400 to 800, which has presented a challenge for maximizing the number of stakeholders that are able to provide oral comments. To address these concerns, we want to be transparent on how we will be managing public comments during workshops. There will be dedicated time for EJ Advisory Committee members to comment after each presentation segment concludes, followed by time for public comments. During the public comment period, we will remind commenters to unmute themselves to speak. CARB staff will announce how many hands are raised, and we recommend that EJ Advisory Committee members use the time after the presentations rather than waiting until the general comment period, whereby they will be called on in the order the hands are raised. Next slide. So following each presentation segment, EJ Advisory Committee members will be invited to provide comments and ask questions. Then we will invite the other attendees to ask a question or to make a comment. Please use the raised hand function in the GoToWebinar toolbar, which should be located to the right of your screen as shown. When staff calls your name, please unmute yourself by clicking the red button and proceed to introduce yourself. The red arrow at the top of the toolbar will expand the control panel for additional options. Next slide. So California's climate policy framework starts with greenhouse gas emissions targets and goals that are ultimately realized in individual facilities, businesses, and homes. The scoping plan is one element within this framework. Direction on scoping plan goals and objectives are informed by statutes and executive orders. Each scoping plan is a high-level actionable plan that spans across all sectors. After each scoping plan is adopted, CARB and other state agencies start the process of reviewing and updating related programs or developing new programs to align with any outcomes identified in the scoping plan. Once regulations and programs are in effect, there is additional time for projects to be constructed or for equipment turnover or retrofits to occur. Therefore, the emissions reductions from these actions take time to show up in the AB 32 inventory. Next slide. We presented this slide at the March workshop, but would like to review again what the scoping plan is and how it helps us achieve our goals. The scoping plan is required by statute and is an actionable plan that lays out a cost-effective and technologically feasible path to ensure we meet the statewide greenhouse gas reduction targets. Each scoping plan relies on a suite of policies to achieve the broad mandates that guide development of the plan. Implementing the outcomes identified in the scoping plan requires a combination of incentives, regulations, and carbon pricing, many of which are mandated or authorized via statute and that focus on direct emission sources in the state, with the exception of imported electricity. AB 32 requires that CARB update the scoping plan at least once every 5 years. This is our fourth scoping plan update, and all previous plans leveraged traditional air quality programs to provide both greenhouse gas and air pollution emissions reductions. We are required to minimize leakage, which is the situation where production of goods and jobs leaves the state, giving the appearance that we've reduced emissions, but in reality resulting in merely shifting emissions outside of the California border. When production leaves the state, not only does it shift emissions outside of California's borders, but it can also result in a loss of jobs and economic activity in the state. Finally, AB 32 requires that policies in the plan are cost-effective with flexible compliance options and directs CARB to facilitate subnational and national collaboration. Climate change is a global issue, and without action from like-minded partners, we will still face the impacts of climate change. Our goal has always been to develop scalable and exportable programs that other jurisdictions can implement and use to reduce emissions within their borders. This is one of our biggest contributions to addressing this global threat. Next slide, please. The 2022 scoping plan has the longest planning horizon of any plan to date and will lay out a path to achieve carbon neutrality no later than 2045. Carbon neutrality is achieved when emission sources equal sinks. Up until now, every scoping plan is focused on reducing emissions from fossil energy and industrial-focused sources defined in the AB 32 inventory. As we shift to the framework of carbon neutrality, we have expanded the scope to include all sources, which means the emissions from natural and working lands and all sinks. The circle shown on the left represents California's greenhouse gas emissions from AB 32 inventory sources, which we continue to ratchet down through air quality policies and programs with greenhouse gas co-benefits. Carbon capture and sequestration can also be applied to large emitters of carbon dioxide to mitigate emissions. Natural and working lands can be a net carbon source or sink, as indicated by the plus and minus signs by the middle circle. The state's separate natural and working lands inventory allows us to track the greenhouse gas emissions and sequestration on natural and working lands over time. Beyond nature-based solutions, there are technological carbon dioxide removal options, such as direct air capture of carbon dioxide, coupled with permanent underground storage of carbon dioxide that can remove emissions from the ambient air. Now that we have a sense of greenhouse gas emissions mitigation from our sources and the potential role of our natural and working lands, we can begin to think about how to compensate for any remaining emissions in order to reach carbon neutrality. Next slide, please. The various analyses we're conducting enable us to evaluate the alternative scenarios that illustrate how we might use energy in the future and how we manage natural and working lands going forward. The characteristics in each of these alternatives result in different health and economic outcomes. The results you will hear today help inform the health, economic, and environmental aspects of the scenarios in achieving these transitions. Next slide. As a reminder, this slide depicts the modeling tools being used for the scoping plan's AB 32 sources scenario analyses, which cover the energy and industrial sectors. The primary energy and industrial source greenhouse gas modeling tool we are using is E3's Pathways, which is a state-level model that uses inputs for all sectors of the economy except natural and working lands. It produces state-level outputs for energy demand by fuel type, tracks the capital investments and fuel costs associated with decarbonization strategies over time, and calculates the resulting greenhouse gas emissions. E3 presented the greenhouse gas emissions results at the March 15th workshop, and will cover the Pathways cost modeling today. AB 32 requires that this scoping plan include an economic analysis, quantifying the costs and benefits of the plan's implementation on the California economy. Rhodium is conducting this macroeconomic analysis using the in-plan model, which incorporates changes in spending on energy and equipment from the pathways model, and we'll present those results after E3. And as pathways does not model local air quality or health impacts, its outputs are an input to the quantitative air quality and health impact analysis of each of the scoping plan scenarios, which UC Irvine will present today. So now I'd like to transition to our first set of speakers covering the AB 32 sources scenarios, technology and fuel costs, and economic analysis. I'm pleased to introduce the E3 team. Vivaan Melkani and Jesse Knapstein are present today. And from Rhodium Group, we have Emily Wimberger. Vivaan, I'll turn it over to you to please get us started.
Great, thank you, Stephanie. Okay, hello and welcome to the E3 section of the scoping plan modeling results. My name is Vivaan Melkani, and I'm a consultant with E3. I've been a part of the modeling team working with CARB for the duration of this project, and I work in the E3 climate pathways practice area. I'm joined by my colleague Jesse Knapstein, who will be answering questions here and there in the question and answer section, and correcting me if I'm wrong about anything. Today's presentation, as Stephanie mentioned, is building on the March 15th presentation that we delivered, which focused on the energy and emissions results of our modeling, while today's presentation will be focusing on the costs. Yeah, next slide, please. Thanks. So building on Stephanie's primer, this is an introduction to the central tool that we use for our modeling, which is called Pathways. So Pathways is an energy and emissions accounting tool developed by E3, and it represents the entire economy of California. It was developed to better understand the energy demand and energy supply dynamics of long-term sectoral assumptions, and then produces a corresponding set of costs, which we'll be focusing on today, as well as emissions. This schematic here helps you get a better sense of the inputs that go in the model logic and the outputs of interest, as well as the output that we'll be focusing on today in the yellow magnified box. Before we proceed to the cost specifics, I think there are two important features of the model that I'd like to emphasize. The first is that the tool is user-defined. What does that mean? It means that it's not an optimization tool, and it's not a predictive or forecasting tool. The results directly reflect the assumptions that go into the model, and it's pretty strongly defined, and it's so it's not a forecasting and it's not an optimization tool. The second is that it's a bottom-up model, and so we start off with these building blocks that we call measures, which are sector-specific emission reduction strategies, and then those are aggregated together to give you this economy-wide outlook of emissions costs and energy demand and supply. So it's bottom up and it's user defined, and that'll give you a better understanding of how the model works. So as I mentioned earlier, today we'll be focusing on the costs, and there are two flavors of costs that come out of Pathways. The first on top are the stock costs, and so these represent the infrastructure costs associated with specific sector capital investments. So for example, in transportation, that looks like vehicle costs for battery electric vehicles, internal combustion engine vehicles, all of that's captured within transportation stock costs. Similarly, for buildings and electricity system costs, it's the cost of heat pumps, it's the cost of generation, transmission, and distribution. And so all of those capital investments are captured within the stock cost category. Next, we have the energy costs. And so the energy costs can be do include both the incurred costs of new consumption of either low carbon electricity or hydrogen, as well as avoided fuel costs. The avoided fuel costs come from fuel savings associated with less consumption of fossil fuels. It's also important to talk about what we're not modeling. So we don't do any macroeconomic modeling. That's covered by Rhodium Group and will be described, I believe, right after us. And we don't do any air quality modeling or associated health benefits, which will be handled by University of California, Irvine later today as well. Next slide, please. Thanks. So this is an information dense slide, and I'd like to use this as the right point to highlight that these slides are available online. And so this specific slide might be more helpful as a reference later on to see the sources underlying our analysis. I won't be going into the details of each of these cells, but I will give an overview of our approach, which was to use the most recently available, publicly available, and California-specific data sources. You'll also see that wherever possible, we've leaned on CARB internal analysis, and this is internal analysis that underpins important existing regulations as well as proposed regulations. One caveat here, which I'll touch upon later as well, is that we did not include industrial capital costs, so industrial equipment costs for electrification or decarbonization with hydrogen. We didn't find a lot of good quality data out there, and we recommend suggestions and feedback on this because that would have a sizable impact on the total costs. And so, yes, for industry, an important caveat when viewing the results later on is that we only include the energy costs and not the actual equipment costs for decarbonization measures. I'll also use this point to mention that a more detailed set of inputs and assumptions will be released, I believe, next month, along with the draft scoping plan. And so that'll have more color than this slide alone about the methodology that we use, as well as the assumptions and the data sources used for our costs and our performance and everything else that we model. Next slide, please. Thanks. So these are the scenarios that we model in the scoping plan modeling effort. There are 4 mitigation scenarios. The first 2 are carbon neutral by 2035. So those are the top 2, alternative 1 and alternative 2. The next 2, alternatives 3 and 4, are carbon neutral by 2045. And so that's an important distinction to draw between the two sets of scenarios. In general, the scenarios reflect differing rates and scales of adoption of clean energy technologies. The building blocks are similar across all 4, but the rate and scale is different across the 4, with alternative 1 being the most ambitious and most aggressive ramp up of adoption of clean technologies as soon as possible, and alternative 4 being on the other end of that spectrum. So I'll speak a little bit more about the specifics. So as I mentioned, Alt 1, most aggressive and ambitious ramp up of clean energy technologies with the goal of reaching carbon neutrality by 2035. It relies the least on CDR, or carbon dioxide removal, or engineered carbon removal, pick your term of choice. And it also relies the least on biofuels and has a host of other measures that are not included in the other 3 scenarios. Alternative 2, which is the other 2035 scenario, has similar assumptions, but relies more heavily on CDR than Alt 1 to get to that neutrality target by 2035. There's a similar dynamic between 3 and 4, where 3 is aligned with a lot of existing policies, statutes, and executive orders. 3 has a lower rate of adoption than the first 2, but gets to carbon neutrality by 2045, and includes reliance on CDR, while Alt 4 relies heavily on CDR and is less involves the slowest adoption of clean energy technologies to get to that 2045 level, and instead depends heavily on CDR. So the 2 CDR heavy scenarios are alternatives 2 and alternatives 4. It's also important to flag that we also model a business as usual scenario, which is called the BAU reference, and this serves as our reference point. Because all of the costs that we report are incremental costs. And so they're incremental costs using this BAU reference as a baseline. So incremental meaning that it's the Alt 1 absolute costs minus the BAU reference costs to get the incremental costs for Alt 1. Yeah, next slide, please. So before we dive into the costs, I think it's important to reorient you with the emissions associated with each of our scenarios. You'll see that each of the lines corresponds to one of the scenarios that we model, with alternative 1 showing the least direct emissions, followed by 2, followed by 3, and then followed by 4. There are a couple of important goals to mention. So the first is the state goal of slashing emission levels by 40%. Compared to 1990 levels by 2030. So all 4 scenarios, as you can see, meet that comfortably. The next goal is slashing emissions by 80% by 1990, Alternatives 1, 2, and 3 meet this goal, while alternative 4 falls just short. I'll also give you a second to recognize that all 4 of these scenarios require CDR in differing levels of magnitude, CDR again being carbon dioxide removal, to reach their carbon neutrality targets. Because for 2035, for Alt 1 and 2, so that's the yellow and the red lines, those lines aren't at 0 yet. And so to get them to 0, you need CDR. For alternatives 3 and 4, which is the 2045 carbon neutrality target, blue and the dark blue and light blue, again, those lines aren't at 0 yet, and so you need CDR to get them down to carbon neutrality. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of what costs look like before we apply CDR. And so the next slide is going to include the CDR cost to give us the total slide, the total cost view. But this is just to give you a baseline understanding of what all of the measure assumption costs lead to before we bring in CDR. And again, as the title suggests, these are all incremental costs using the BAU reference case as the starting point. And so we can see that the pre-CDR costs reflect as I mentioned earlier, the rate and scale of adoption of various technology solutions. It's also clear to see that alternative 1 has much higher costs pre-CDR compared to the other scenarios. This is due mostly to early replacement measures, which I'll speak more about in the next couple of slides. Alternatives 2, 3, and 4 have similar cost trajectories before CDR. But now, to give you a more complete picture, we'll include the CDR cost as well. Next slide, please. Thanks. And so the dotted lines here of the same color represent the total scenario costs, while the faded lines in the background represent it represents the pre-CDR costs. And so you can figure out the difference between the two, which gives you the CDR costs. Both alternative 1 and 2 have this 2035 target, and you can see how they rely on very different technologies to get there. And the final cost difference is dramatically reduced once you factor in the CDR costs, because Alt 2, the red line, depends heavily on CDR. And so I'll go through each of the scenarios to detail the impact of the CDR costs. Alternative 1 relies on CDR the least. So you can see that the bump up in 2035 is quite small compared to the bump up in other scenarios. As I mentioned earlier, this is because alternative 1 relies heavily on other measures to get to carbon neutrality, while alternative 2 relies heavily on CDR. And so in 2035, if you look at the faint red line and then the dotted red line, that's a big increase. And so that increase is partly due to the immense CDR need for Alt 2 in 2035 to get to carbon neutrality, but also because of the costs that we use for our CDR modeling, which are declining from 2030 through 2045 or through 2050. And so at that point, the CDR is still expensive to model, which is why the Alt 2 costs are that high. And that's also why for both Alt 1 and for Alt 2, you see that cost decline after 2035, which represents both the CDR needs decreasing as the other measures start doing more or as the other measures continue to do more to reduce direct emissions, but also it reflects the declining CDR costs. Then for Alt 3 and 4, which are the light blue and the dark blue, you see that the CDR needs and CDR costs increase over time, but that increase is more gradual, and that's because the CDR costs, as I mentioned earlier, are dropping over time. And so at the end of all of this, alternative 3 emerges as the least expensive, followed closely by alternative 4, and then alternatives 1 and 2 are on the more expensive side. We've included a helpful metric here, which is that the cumulative costs of the two 2035 scenarios, which are Alts 1 and 2, is roughly 2 to 4 times the cumulative cost of alternatives 3 and 4 in 2045. So those are the price tags attached to the carbon neutrality dates of 2035 and 2045 using these alternatives. It's that the cumulative cost is 2 to 4 times the cumulative cost of alternatives 3 and 4. Next slide, please. So this is the final slide, and it's, again, an information-dense slide, so I'm glad we get to spend some time on this. First, I'd like to draw your attention to the chart. This chart is showing us the incremental costs and benefits for each scenario, and I'll say a little bit more about that now. The legend in the right shows the color mapping to each of the sectors, with the light lined gray showing the CDR costs. If you look at the 0 point, the bars above that 0 point reflect net costs, which means that compared to the BAU reference, there are net costs for that scenario, for that sector. If you look at the bars below that zero mark, those are net benefits. So net benefits, as we mentioned earlier, are coming from avoided fuel savings. Those are the majority of net benefits that are driving these bars below that line. So for example, if we look at alt 4 in 2035, if you look at the peach bar, which is just below the 0 mark, that peach bar representing transportation measures, it means when you aggregate the costs and avoided costs of all of the transportation measures for alt 4 in 2035, that comes out to a net benefit, which means that the fuel savings are greater and offset the upfront premium that is associated with zero emission vehicles capex. And so this is an important slide to understand the dynamics of each of the sectors and the distribution of costs and benefits across the sectors. It's also important to note, and sorry, I should have mentioned this earlier, these are snapshots of annual expenditure, of annual incremental costs and benefits in 2035 and 45. These are not cumulative. These are snapshots of 2035 and 2045. So I'll now walk through some of the key sectors and how those sector costs might vary across the different scenarios. For transportation, which is the peach bar, let's start with alt 1. And alt 1 is the first column with 2035 on the left and 2045 on the right. You'll see that peach bar is large compared to the corresponding peach bars in the other three scenarios. And this is driven primarily by early retirement. What is early retirement? Early retirement, or early replacement, as it's also called, is replacing a fossil fuel device before it's reached the end of its life. So when that device is retired, before its remaining useful life has elapsed, it's replaced by a zero emissions vehicle, for example, but it still had some useful life left. And so those costs are still captured. And as a result, we see that peach bar is large for alternative 1, which relies heavily on early retirements to decarbonize our transportation on-road fleet by 2035. And so those costs are captured in that bar. Alternatives 2, 3, and 4 have much smaller peach bars, or in the case of alt 2, close to net zero cost. And that's because they rely. Alternative 2 does have a small amount of early retirement of medium and heavy duty vehicles in the later end of our modeling period, but 3 and 4 do not have any early retirement. And so, as I mentioned earlier, 3 and 4 have net positive benefits associated with transportation measures. And again, this is because of the avoided gasoline, the avoided diesel that is no longer being purchased. And so, while there might be a premium for zero emissions vehicles, that premium is offset by the avoided fuel costs, which are in this case cost savings. For commercial and residential, which together we'll call the building sector, these are the yellow bars and the maroon bars. We see that the maroon bars are a sizable chunk of costs in all of the scenarios in both snapshots, in 2035 and in 2045. This represents that commercial electrification is expensive. So replacing the use of fossil fuels for space heating and water heating for commercial end uses is expensive. The equipment is expensive because of non-standardized heating needs, the need to heat large spaces, and so on and so forth. And so an important takeaway here is that commercial electrification costs are expensive, especially compared to residential, which is a smaller chunk in most of the scenarios. Again, alternative one has higher costs for both residential and for commercial, and that's because of early retirement once more. In this case, it's the early retirement of natural gas furnaces that might not have reached their end of life, or that have not reached their end of life, and are replaced by electric heat pumps. And so the red bar and the yellow bar is noticeably larger in 2035 for alternative one compared to the other odds. Moving on to industry. So echoing the point that I mentioned in the data sources slide, we did not include the costs we did not include the capital equipment costs associated with decarbonization measures. So we have a large amount of electrification and conversion of equipment to use hydrogen as a fuel instead of other fossil fuels. But we don't capture these equipment costs because of a lack of data on this. And so again, we welcome all feedback and comments on this, because that would affect the total costs. We do include the energy costs from industry, and so the little green bars that you're seeing here are either incurred or they're net of the incurred and avoided fuel costs that are associated with our decarbonization measures. I'll end with CDR costs, and so you'll see that in all of these bars in both 2035 and 2045, the CDR costs are a sizable chunk of the total scenario costs, particularly visible for alternative two, where you see the magnitude of the CDR costs in 2035, and you compare them to the magnitudes of the gray bars in the other scenarios. It's particularly noticeable. It is important to note that for alternative 2 in 2035 and alternative 4 in 2045, there's a similar amount of underlying emissions that are being subject to CDR, but by 2045, the cost of CDR has declined, and so the alternative 4 bar is not quite as large, and so the costs are not quite as large as the CDR use for alt 2 in 2035. And so there we have it. With that, I think we can move on to the next slide. Thank you for your time. Here's my contact information. Feel free to reach out with any comments, questions, suggestions. And I think with that, I'll hand it off to Emily from Rhodium Group to present the results of the macroeconomic modeling. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So what I'm going to present today is how we take the costs coming out of the pathways model that was just discussed, and how we model how those flow through the California economy, impacting overall economic growth and jobs in California. I'll also add a caveat that's probably pretty clear from the title of my presentation, that these are initial modeling results, and they may be modified to incorporate any changes made to alternatives and other feedback. So the results, when released in the draft scoping plan, may look different than what I present today. There'll also be a larger number of reported metrics and impacts in the draft scoping plan when published. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So we are taking the costs coming out of the pathways model, and we're putting them in the context of the California economy, which is growing. Today, California is the world's 5th largest economy, with a value of $3.2 trillion in 2021. And based on Department of Finance forecasts for employment and population, the California Resources Board projects that the California economy will continue to grow through 2045, an average of about 2% each year, reaching $5.1 trillion in 2045. Employment in the state is also forecast to grow from 23.5 million jobs in 2021 to 27.7 million jobs in 2045, an average of just less than 1% each year. And it's important to note that the impact of achieving carbon neutrality has costs, as just outlined in the previous presentation. There are direct costs that range from $18 to $130 billion in 2035 and $27 to $59 billion in 2045. Now, these costs are going to have a negative impact on the California economy and jobs, which means that any cost will slow the predicted growth of the California economy. And the results that I'm presenting today will be shown to have a negative impact relative to the reference or business as usual scenario. Okay, next slide, please. Sorry, I hope the slides are advancing for you if they're not showing up for me. So I'm going to assume they advanced. Okay, so this slide shows oh, next slide, please. Okay, so this slide shows a visual representation of the points that I just outlined. Sometimes pictures are better than numbers. On the left-hand side, you should see the California gross state product values and that's an estimate of all the goods and services. Oh.
Emily, this is Rajinder, and we're getting information that the platform is crashing externally for external stakeholders. So I think we're going to take a 30-minute break to try and get it up and running and start again with your presentation, if that's okay.
That sounds totally fine. I was glitching for me too, so I wasn't sure what was happening.
Okay, so I don't know if, I think most people can't hear me at this point. I think we will send out or put up a message in the chat or somewhere on our website that we will resume at about 10:15.
Okay.
All right, and apologies to everyone else that is waiting for the webinar and to our panelists, but we want to make sure that everyone that is trying to get in is able to hear and participate in the workshop. So we'll be back at 10:15. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to actually also emphasize that people not close the webinar, that they stay on for the webinar while we work through the technical issues, please. Thank you.
I can still hear you. Well, are you speaking through Teams or GoToWebinar now, I guess?
Maybe not on GoToWebinar.
Okay.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. As you can see, we are back online, and we will be sending out a quick bulletin in the next few minutes that your existing links, if you already pre-registered, should be working. And if new people want to join, the link on our website to register is working again. And so I would like to invite Emily Wimberger to get back online on camera, and we are going to restart with her presentation. And because of the delay due to the technical issues, we are planning to go through lunch. We are also recording the presentations today, and those will be posted to our website. And really apologize for the inconvenience to all of you as the audience and stakeholders, and also to our panelists. So Emily, please take it away.
Thanks, Rajinder. I think that was maybe a public workshop version of icing the kicker. But for clarity, I'm going to start from the beginning of my presentation. I'm not sure where things left off. We heard about the costs out of the pathways model, and what I'm going to present today is how we take those costs, so changes in energy costs and stock costs that were outlined across all the sectors, and model how they flow through the California economy and impact the overall economic growth in California and jobs in California. And from the title, these are initial runs, so when you see the draft scoping plan released, the results might look a little bit different, and this will, of course, because we will be updating any of our results to include changes made to the scenarios or additional feedback from public workshops like this. Okay, so next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, thank you. Okay. So we're taking the costs again that are coming out of the pathways model and putting them in the context of a growing California economy. So today, California is the world's 5th largest economy, and in 2021, it had a value of $3.2 trillion. Based on Department of Finance forecasts for employment and population, ARB actually does forecast for the California economy, and what it projects is that the economy will continue to grow through 2045, an average of about 2% each year, reaching $5.1 trillion in 2045. Employment in California is also forecasted to grow from 23.5 million jobs in 2021 to 27.7 million jobs in 2045, an average of just less than 1% each year. And it's important to note, so again, we just heard about the pathways costs, that there are costs to achieving carbon neutrality in California. And these are direct costs that manifest themselves as changes in stock and energy expenditures. And these direct costs, as we saw, range from $18 billion to $130 billion in 2035 and $27 to $59 billion in 2045. So these costs are going to have a negative impact on the California economy. And what we're going to see is that they're going to show up as a slowing in this growth of the California economy. So when I present results in a few slides, you're going to see all of the results are measured in terms of a percentage change relative to the projections of the California economy and California employment in 2035 and 2045. Okay, next slide, please. Great. This slide is basically just a visual representation. Sometimes visuals are better than numbers or listening to me speak. But on the left-hand side, we can see these are ARB's projections of the California economy and how it will grow from 2021 to 2045. And then on the right-hand side, we have California employment. That's expressed in millions of jobs. And as you can see, it is growing from 23.5 million jobs in 2021 to 27.7 million jobs in 2045. Okay, next slide, please. So how do we actually take these direct costs and changes in capital and energy expenditures from pathways, and how do we then model that and the impact on the California economy? Well, we use a macroeconomic model, and for this analysis, we are using a model called INPLAN, which is an input-output model, and it's a state-level model, and it allows us to input the changes in expenditures that come out of pathways and to determine how those expenditures ripple through the California economy across different industries and across different sectors. So then what comes out of this is we see the impact on employment in California, on personal income, and on household spending, and also changes in tax rates. INPLAN has a very deep level of granularity. There are 546 sectors that represent different industries and commodities across California, and impacts can be assessed down to the county level, and the data is updated annually from a variety of very reputable sources. Next slide, please. This slide outlines how InPlan actually estimates the effects of a change in spending in California. So again, the input into the model, that's represented as on the left-hand side is the red circle. Those are the cost and savings outputs that are coming out of the Pathways model. Those changes have a direct impact that is measured as a change in production in the California economy. So InPlan also calculates the indirect, so this is one level down, the indirect impact of a change in the economy. So changes in related industries, changes in wage rates, and changes in taxation rates that occur due to the direct impact. And then on the lowest level, InPlan also estimates induced effects. So these are changes in household purchases and household spending that are sort of a third level impact from the direct impact. If we think of an example, if I'm modeling the impact of an increase in automobile sales, the direct impact will obviously be to the automotive sector. But there'll be indirect effects from increased demand for automobile parts. There might be changes in wage rates due to changes in labor and demand. And then there could also be household impacts. So if a household is spending money on a vehicle, they will not be able, their budget then is constrained in other areas. They won't have money to spend in other areas of their household. And there could be changes in household wage rates due to sort of that direct impact to the auto industry. So what we have coming out of InPlan is going to be a cumulative impact. So it's going to represent the direct, the indirect, and the induced impact of these changes in expenditures that are outlined across alternatives. And then we're going to see that and how that manifests itself as changes in the California economy, the growing California economy, and growing California employment in 2035 and 2045. Okay, next slide, please. So in terms of how we actually do this, how do we translate the costs coming out of Pathways and how do we put them into InPlan? There's four main types of costs that we're looking at. So as was discussed earlier, there are costs related to carbon dioxide removal, or CDR, which is present across every alternative that is outlined today, the four alternatives. And this represents the levelized cost of direct air capture technology that is required to achieve carbon neutrality across the alternatives. So CDR in Pathways, carbon dioxide removal, is assumed to be liquid solvent direct air capture that's powered by off-grid solar. And so what we do in modeling an InPlan is we use, there's no direct air capture industry, so what we use is we use the solar electric industry as a proxy for direct air capture. And note that the cost of direct air capture is assumed to be passed along to consumers. So this will manifest itself in higher costs of products where there is direct air capture applied. And what this does is that then that reduces, if prices are higher, then households have less money to spend in other areas of their budget. Okay, so the second box, stock costs. So stock costs are the cost of replacing equipment. So retrofits and vehicles and lighting and refrigeration units. And how we model this in InPlan is as a change in expenditure in the specific industry. And again, these costs are assumed to be passed through to consumers, reducing household spending in other categories. There are also demand change measure costs, and these reflect energy efficiency changes across the sectors of the California economy. These are also modeled as a change to a specific industry. And if there's a demand change that changes the expenditure on air conditioning, the air conditioning manufacturing sector would be altered. And these costs, again, are assumed to be borne by the consumers and result in a reduction in household spending in other categories. The last cost category that I'll discuss is the cost of fuels. So these are changes in fuels and energy. So electricity, gasoline, natural gas, diesel, hydrogen, and these reflect the changing energy and fuel mixes that are outlined across each scenario. These costs and savings are modeled as a change in those sectors, and those are not passed on to consumers. Okay, next slide, please. Let's get to some numbers. Okay, so this slide again, so this is reflective of this. These are the direct costs that are coming out of Pathways for each alternative. And this is just to sort of, again, set the stage in terms of looking at the different costs that are assigned to each of the alternatives in 2035 and 2045. And again, these are snapshots for the cost in that specific year. This is not a cumulative cost. It is the cost of the alternative in 2035 and 2045. As you can see, the costs vary quite widely across the different alternatives. And not surprisingly, costs are higher for alternatives 1 and 2 in 2035 because those are when those alternatives achieve carbon neutrality. Alternative 1 has the highest direct costs. Again, these are the costs coming out of Pathways in 2035 and 2045, while alternative 3 has the lowest cost in those dates as well. Okay, next slide, please. This again, these are the costs coming out of pathways from the previous slide, just broken down a little bit into categories. So you can see here we are breaking the costs from the previous slide down into fuel and demand changes, which are the lightest color in the bar. And those actually show up as a savings. So across all the scenarios, energy efficiency and changes in expenditures on fuels and energies, those represent a net savings for every scenario. The other categories are the stock costs. So this is the mid-range color. And again, these represent costs of purchases of equipment and retrofit equipment. The big, then the last category is carbon dioxide removal. And again, this is represented by direct air capture. And this does vary quite widely across scenarios. So this is the darkest color in each bar. And as you can see, especially for alternative 2 in 2035, 87% of the direct costs are due to carbon dioxide removal in that scenario. So again, these costs vary quite widely based on the different specifications in the different alternatives in terms of the fuel mix and the stock. And this will sort of and so these were the costs where then, again, we translated those costs as I outlined sort of in the 4 different cost categories. And then these direct costs were put into in-plan to look at the impacts on the economy and employment. So let's do that now. Next slide, please. Great. Okay, so how do those direct costs affect the California economy? Well, as there are net costs, as we discussed, the impact on California is a slight slowing of the growth of the California economy and employment. As I showed a few slides back, the economy and jobs are forecasted to grow from today's levels. Ooh. Sorry, I think we're messing with the slides. Okay, but in this slide, okay, sorry, it got very small. So what we can see in this slide is the impact on the California economy, and that you'll see, so these are costs that are including carbon dioxide removal, so the total cost to the California economy of achieving carbon neutrality. Could you go back one slide, please? Thank you. Okay. So what we're looking at here is the impacts on employment of achieving carbon neutrality in 2035 and 2045. So again, we're taking the direct costs outlined in pathways in 2035 and 2045, and we're inputting that into in-plan to look at the impact on employment. And what we see is that across all scenarios, there is a slight slowing of growth of the California economy, but again, it's a very slight slowing. So while the magnitude of the numbers might look quite large, they represent at most a 1% slowing of the growth of the California economy, and that's seen in alternative, or 1.5, and that's seen in alternative 1 in 2035. And again, we're seeing larger impacts in 2035 in alternatives 1 and alternatives 2, because that's the year in which those 2 alternatives achieve carbon neutrality. So alternative 1 has the largest impact on employment in California, both in 2035 and 2045, while alternative 3 has the smallest impact in 2035 and 2045. And to put the numbers in context, so in 2045, alternative 3 slows the growth of the California economy by 0.4%. What that means is that California employment under alternative 3 would get to the level at which it would have been in the BAU or the reference case about 5 months later. So what this is representing is just a slight slowing of the growth of California employment. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows the impact on California gross state product, or representation of sort of the goods and services of the economy across each scenario. So with one exception, the alternatives, they slightly slow the growth of the California economy, which again is forecasted to grow quite substantially through 2045. The largest impact you'll see again is in alternative 1, with a slight slowing of growth of 0.8% in 2035 and 0.6% in 2045. And what you'll see is that it's an anomaly, but this again, I spoke about this a little earlier, but alternative 2 shows a slightly positive impact on the California economy in 2035. And this is due to alternative 2's heavy reliance on CDR in 2035. So again, 87% of the direct cost of this alternative is due to CDR. And again, that cost is passed through to households. When you have CDR in California, there's a net benefit to the California economy in terms of economic growth. So the impact of building and maintaining CDR facilities, that does outweigh, in terms of the multiplier on the California economy, that does outweigh the impact of the cost of CDR being passed through to consumers, and which is represented by reduced spending by consumers and households. So again, CDR in California will stimulate many sectors of the economy, whereas household spending might reduce spending across fewer households. So that's why you're seeing that result. And again, this is a very slight increase. It's a 0.4% in 2035, again, relative to the very large $4.2 trillion economy in 2035 as ARB forecasts. Okay, next slide, please. Great, thank you. And I apologize for the background noise. It's a lawn day apparently in my neighborhood. So what do the last two slides show us? So again, those were results that were presented, including the costs associated with carbon dioxide removal. Well, in terms of job growth, all alternatives as modeled here, they show a slight slowing of the growth of the California economy. Again, this impact is very small, and it's at most a 1.5% slowing of growth in the growing California economy, which is predicted to grow through 2045. What we see is alternative one has the largest impact in terms of jobs in 2035 and 2045, while alternative three has the smallest impact. And sort of comparing those two alternatives, the impact of alternative one in 2035 is about 5 times as large as the impact on employment of alternative three in 2035. And in thinking about the role of direct air capture in California, if there is direct air capture in California, it can result in jobs in California. So 25,000 to 260,000 in 2035. Again, that wide range represents the amount of spending on CDR in 2035, with the 260,000 being obviously an alternative two. And across scenarios in 2045, 12,000 jobs to 17,000 jobs as a result of direct air capture. In terms of the California economy, achieving carbon neutrality will also have a relatively small impact on the economy. The impact is less than 1% slowing of growth. And again, this is relative to an economy that is predicted to grow at about 3% each year. And this is across all alternatives. Alternative two does have that net positive impact on the economy in 2035 due to its reliance on CDR. And as that is assumed to be solar, that's really going to grow the solar industry in California. Focusing on direct air capture and the role it plays in the California economy and growth, direct air capture can provide $2 to $21 billion in economic growth in 2035 and $2 to $6 billion in 2045 across alternatives. Okay, next slide, please. So now we're going to take carbon dioxide removal out of the equation. So this slide, again, this was, and across different scenarios, this represents a quite substantial amount of the overall direct costs of the alternative. But this slide shows the impact on employment of each scenario, excluding CDR. So there's no costs associated with CDR. That means there's no costs of building, there's no benefit to the economy or to employment of the jobs associated with CDR, but we're also not including the cost of CDR that would be passed along to consumers. It's an important caveat that, again, without carbon dioxide removal, that no scenario does achieve carbon neutrality, but these results are just meant to highlight the impact that carbon dioxide removal in California has on the overall results. So what we're seeing is that in alternative one, it again has the largest impact on employment with a 1.2% slowing of growth in 2035 and a 0.5% slowing of growth in 2045. Alternative two has a very modest impact on employment without CDR. And again, alternative two has a very large reliance on CDR. So removing the impact of CDR just has a very modest impact on jobs. And so what we're seeing is that is mainly due to the fact that there's not a slowing of job growth due to that cost that was passed on to consumers that would show up in terms of reduced household spending. Okay, and looking at 2045, we see again alternative one has the largest impact, and alternative three has the smallest impact in terms of the impact to employment without CDR with a negative 0.2% or a slowing of growth of 0.2%. Next slide, please. Okay, in terms of the impact of the scenarios or alternatives across on the California economy without CDR, every scenario slightly slows the growth of the California economy. And again, we see the largest impact is in alternative 1 and the smallest is in alternative 2 in 2035, again, due to alternative 2's heavy reliance on CDR in 2035 and alternative 3 in 2045. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so some takeaways for modeling the cost of the alternatives without including carbon dioxide removal. And again, then these do not have any benefits to California from establishing CDR in California, but they do not have the increased cost that we pass through to consumers that offsets that the cost of carbon dioxide removal. So the alternatives slow the growth of the California economy and California employment without CDR, but again, very, very modestly. And again, it's important to point out that the modest impacts in Alternative 2 are due to Alternative 2's heavy reliance on CDR to achieve carbon neutrality in 2035. We see that Alternative 1 has the largest impact without CDR, while Alternative 2 has the smallest impact in 2035 and Alternative 3 in 2045. So again, these are initial results and they are subject to change based on changes that are made in the pathways modeling across the alternatives and input and feedback received here. But that is all I have for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vivon and Emily. So now we'll transition to our first public comment session. First, the EJ Advisory Committee members will be invited to provide comments and ask questions. Then we'll invite the other attendees to ask a question or make a comment. Please use the raised hand feature. And when staff calls your name, please unmute yourself by clicking the red button and proceed to introduce yourself. First, I'll ask my colleague Trish Johnson if she can help facilitate. So Trish, are there any members of the EJ Advisory Committee with their hands raised?
Thanks, Stephanie. This is Trish. And first we do have Mayor Ray Leon. Mayor Leon, you should be able to mute yourself. Go ahead.
Okay, I unmuted myself, but actually I had raised my hand early on with a question that got answered with the last presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have co-chair Martha Dina Arguello. Martha Dina, you should be able to unmute yourself and start your comment. Check. Oh, go ahead.
Yes. Let's see, I have a couple questions. I am concerned around the modeling of the economic cost of alternative 1. Have you modeled worst case scenarios if the carbon capture doesn't get built, doesn't get put up in the timeframes that you're expecting? And those are actually real reductions. Well, they are of carbon, but not of other co-pollutants. So I'm concerned about sort of ignoring those impacts and having those not modeled in. And then, does this take into account sort of the expected growth of other sectors of the economy that aren't related to fossil fuel production? Let's say growth in the service sector.
So Emily, I think you're best positioned to respond to that last question that Martha Dina asked. So why don't you respond to that and I can respond to the general modeling question.
Sure. Yes, that's a great question. And yes, we do show. So what we're showing is growth. So when we're modeling sort of a change in expenditures, your example of fossil fuels. So what we're seeing is a decrease in spending on gasoline and diesel, and we're seeing an increase in spending on electricity. And so that is showing growth in the electricity sector, and it's seen a sort of a shrinkage in the fossil fuel sector. So we are modeling that, and that is projected out through these results. And similarly, we see in terms of equipment, we're seeing that there's growth in sectors related to ventilation and air conditioning, where we're needing to see sort of fossil-based equipment replaced with an electric version of that. So that is included in the modeling.
And then on the first questions about the general modeling, all of the information presented today by E3 and by Rhodium and even later by UCI is reflecting the 4 scenarios that we modeled initially. So those four scenarios are really about looking at a path to carbon neutrality. And I think one of the questions that is being raised here is the uncertainty around that, and what does that uncertainty mean in terms of emissions? And we will have a discussion about uncertainty in the scoping plan and there's an infinite number of scenarios of how certain things can be deployed or not deployed, but we will have a conversation about uncertainty in the document. But that is not a modeling question, that is more of a, here's what we've modeled, here's what we can expect to see if the modeling performs the way that we want to see it in the real world. But then we know that there's uncertainty that's going to be related to consumer adoption, uncertainty related to permitting, uncertainty related to infrastructure costs and infrastructure build out to support some of those technologies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
Thanks. We will be submitting, we'll be submitting further questions and comments and as we listen to the rest of the presentations. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is Trish, and I do not see any additional hands from AB 32 Environmental Justice Advisory Committee members, but I'm giving them one last moment. I do see Martha Dina's proxy call in. I'm going to go ahead and unmute your microphone. You should be able to unmute yourself and start your comment.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Colin Miller with Environmental Justice Solutions, consultant to PSRLA. My question is, why is Rhodium Group making the assumption that carbon dioxide removal would rely exclusively on off-grid solar to power liquid solvent direct air capture facilities as a proxy for carbon dioxide removal? It seems like a dangerous assumption and would seem to oversimplify the technology type of carbon dioxide removal as being exclusively direct air capture and not considering smokestack CCS on refineries, manufacturing, natural gas peaker plants, or the cost of enhanced oil recovery, or the impacts of enhanced oil recovery on communities' health, or the hazards, worst case scenarios of geological sequestration, such as earthquakes, polluting water, and carbon dioxide pipeline rupture. Finally, the overall California grid is not currently, renewably powered, entirely renewably powered, and so, and that, currently carbon dioxide removal and direct air capture facilities are powered mostly by natural gas and fossil fuels. So I'm curious as to why Rhodium is making this assumption that carbon dioxide removal would be off-grid solar to power direct air capture exclusively. It seems like a red herring and a dangerous assumption. Thank you.
So Emily, I need you to help answer this question because this is about the outputs that came out of Pathways and how we translated those into the model that you use. But today there is no CCS, there is no CDR in California, so nothing is being powered by gas or fossil fuels for those two technologies in California.
And
Thank
yes,
you, Richard.
I think you. Oh.
I just want to acknowledge that the technologies adopted around the world and in the United States are fossil fuel powered for the most part. So that's what I'm basing my question on.
And in regards to CDR and it being direct air capture powered by off-grid solar, that was not an assumption or decision that was made by Rhodium Group. That is an assumption that was made in the scenarios that came out of Pathways. So that assumption had been made It was assumed that all of the costs that were outlined for CDR were associated with liquid solvent direct air capture powered by off-grid solar. So that was an input into our model, and then what we did is we modeled that impact on the California economy. So that was a decision that was made in the pathways modeling with ARB and with E3, and that was not something that Rhodium specifically chose.
Okay, thank you, Emily. That's very helpful.
Yeah, and maybe I can provide a little bit more color on that because I was a pathways input. So we'd love to hear your comment on this if you do have any advice or comment on the type of direct air capture technology. But the basis for the using the solvent technology and off-grid solar was based on technology readiness and pilot and commercialized projects for direct air capture that we've seen today.
Thank you, Jesse. I guess my follow-up question is that direct air capture is a small fraction of the kinds of carbon dioxide removal technologies that have been presented in a public workshop by CARB. So CCS, CCUS, enhanced oil recovery, and geologic sequestration. These are all technologies beyond the scope of, direct air capture, which seems like a smokescreen by the fossil fuel industry to essentially greenwash this technology and make it seem like it's a climate solution.
So Jesse,
Yeah,
I'm going to jump in. Jesse,
Yep.
please. This is a question about some of the decisions that we made behind the scene, and ARB bought off on some of these decisions, knowing that there were limits to some of the modeling that Pathways could do around CDR and the types of fuel that we wanted to use. One, we did not want to have a scenario where we were growing fossil fuel use to support these energies, because we don't think we want to keep supporting fossil fuel, even for the things that are going to be beneficial from the terms of pulling emissions out of the atmosphere. And two, CCS is completely separate from CDR. And so what you're hearing about CDR is, yes, we modeled that as an economic input as being off-grid renewables. For CCS, that could be paired on site. There was energy that was being consumed there, and that was taken into account in the modeling that E3 did and passed on to Rhodium. So there's two distinct ways that the CCS and CDR are being modeled here. I get your point that you think today and many of the other regions that have these technologies may be supporting those through fossil fuel combustion or fossil fuel energy, but we're looking for a pathway where we don't rely on that energy. And so we did not want to send a signal that we would continue to need fossil fuels to do CDR in the state of California.
Thank you so much, Rajinder. So you can commit to us here and everyone publicly that in California, carbon dioxide removal and CCS will not be powered by fossil fuels?
I'm not committing to that statement as a blanket statement of what will happen in the future, because there are many people that need to be part of this conversation. What I'm speaking to is the decisions we made in the modeling. Implementation is separate from what we did in the modeling.
Thank you. So the modeling does not reflect reality is sort of what you're saying.
I didn't say that either, so please don't put words in my mouth. We're speaking to the modeling, the assumptions that we made there, and the results that we have there. The scoping plan is not the final say or the final word on everything that gets done out in reality. There are programs and policies that need to be put in place, and that is the place to think about more detailed implementation pieces. And so what we've done is we've said, we want to try and phase out reliance on fossil fuel as much as possible. We know we're going to need some of these technologies. Let's assume that for our modeling purposes, these technologies are being supported by clean energy. That's what we've done at this step in the scoping plan.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. We also have Nina from the EJAC. I'm gonna unmute you. You should be able to unmute yourself now and begin your comment.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a quick question about why, I guess like if folks could shed some more light on the decision that was made to pass on the costs of CDR onto consumers across all of the alternatives. I think that seemed a little bit concerning in terms of like the inequities of that, of passing those costs onto a population that is already overburdened in terms of cost of living in the state. Yeah, so just would appreciate more clarity around that. Thank you.
Emily, do you want to jump on again for this one? Because this is about how general costs in the economy trickle through the different groups in the economy, right?
Yeah, so generally what we see happen is if there is an industry and there's an increased cost to an industry, that the industry doesn't simply absorb that the cost is passed on to consumers. And we've seen that happen, across the board in terms of different regulatory requirements and different, changes in tax that are passed on to sort of intermediates. We see it right now, inflation is rising and costs to consumers are going up across the board because costs of intermediate goods are going up. And so this is a pretty typical way to sort of model an impact to an industry, is to reflect that cost is being passed along to consumers in terms of an increase in the price of a final good or service. Otherwise, what it looks like is basically if you're stimulating if we're thinking about direct air capture and we're not sort of adjusting for where that cost is coming from, it simply looks then that there's money flowing, billions and billions of dollars flowing into the California economy, and there's not really a source for it. So we needed to sort of do the true up in terms of, yes, there's going to be spending in California, and that spending has to come from somewhere. And how we traditionally view that is it does come through, the costs are passed through to consumers in an increase in the price of goods.
And I will just say that this method about how we analyze costs for the plan, and including rules and regulations across state agencies, we are required to think about those cost pass-throughs to consumers, small businesses, et cetera. So this is not a unique decision for the scoping plan. Once there is a cost in the economy, it's born somewhere. We can't just imagine that it just materializes and is paid for by some other entity or some other pool of money. It is borne by the economy and the residents at large.
And I should add one caveat that there will be household impacts that are included in the draft scoping plan when it is released. So we will be able to look at the impact to individual households in California as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the comments from the EJ Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you, Trish. So now we'll move to public comments, and I'll ask my colleague Lan Ma if she can help facilitate that.
Thanks, Stephanie. We have a number of commenters who with their hands raised today. First up, I'll call on Amy Lilly, and the next commenters, please get ready. They are Gary Carter and Frank Harris. Amy, you are unmuted. Please unmute yourself and state your comment. Amy, you're still muted. All right, Amy, we'll come back to you. Next, we have Gary Carter. Gary, you're unmuted. Please unmute yourself and state your comment. All right, Gary, we'll come back to you as well. Next, we have Frank Harris. Frank, you are unmuted.
Hello, I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, great. I think I have a couple of questions. I think they're probably for Emily. And looking at the scenario costs and employment impacts, it seems like maybe we might be mixing our numbers here. I'm looking at, for example, slide 9. We've got total employment growth from 23.5 million in 2021 to 27.7 in 2045. That's an annual growth rate of approximately 175,000 jobs a year. Making some assumptions about the pattern of growth. And so the job loss in alternative 1 in 2035 of 385,000 is 1.5% of all the jobs, not 1.5% of the growth rate. Is that a more accurate way of describing it?
This is Emily, yes.
Okay, and so you see, I think this is a little bit misleading. So similarly on slide 10, we've got in 2035 for alternative one, we have a drop in economic growth of we have a drop in the economy of 35 billion, which is 0.8% of the value of the economy that year, assuming it's going to be about 25.7 billion. Growth rate that year, I'm sorry, approximately 79 billion growth rate. That's about 44% reduction in economic growth for the state that year, not 8% of the growth rate, but it's about 44% reduction of the growth that year. Is that correct?
Yes, I think, let me jump in here. So yes, that's a different way to read the slides. And so what our statistics are showing is the relative impact in 2035 and 2045. So you are looking at a different metric, which is the change in the growth rate over time. And we're simply looking at the relative magnitude of the impact in 2035 to the BAU in 2035 and 2045. So we're, yes, we're looking at different metrics, but that's what our slides are looking at. It's not the change in the growth rate, it's the change in the relative size of either the economy or the employment pool in California.
I really appreciate that. And I just think it's very important for people to understand this. For example, going back to slide 9, alternative 1, you're looking at completely wiping out the growth of jobs. As a matter of fact, the loss of jobs is more than twice the annual BAU growth rate. I think that's probably a very important way of looking at it. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and ask those questions.
Thank you, Frank. Next, we'll go to, let's go back to Amy Lilly. I saw Amy just put her hand down. All right, next we'll go to Tom Green.
Hi, this is Tom Green from Rancho California Water District. I'm just trying to understand the slide a little bit better. You had things like 173,000 jobs lost. Was that per year or just for that year or like for overall loss?
So again, the numbers are reflective of the impact in one specific year. So we're seeing impacts in 2035 and 2045. And this, again, we're taking the cost that came out of pathways in 2035 and 2045, and then we're looking at that impact in a specific year. So it's not cumulative. That is the impact on employment and jobs in a specific year.
So then are those subtracted from the 5.1 trillion that we would expect to have in 2045?
Yeah, so that's how you get the percentage. We're basically looking at what the ARB forecasts for employment and the California economy are in 2035 and 2045, and then we're looking at the levels of employment and of the economy when we implement all of these different alternatives to achieve carbon neutrality. And then what we're modeling is the delta there. So the change in job growth and economic growth in 2035 and 2045.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next up, we have Julia May, and after Julia, we have Mark Cross and Jim Verber. Julia, you're unmuted. Hi, Julia, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you yet. Julia, we'll come back to you in a bit. Next, we have Mark Cross. Mark, you are muted.
Okay, just checking that you can hear me. I'm unmuted on my end. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great. Okay, thank you. Mark Krause on behalf of Pacific Gas and Electric Company. We're pleased to share our initial feedback on the recommended scenario 3 based on the analytical results that have been released so far. And we look forward to providing additional comments once the full draft scoping plan is released in May. PG&E supports CARB staff's recommendation to select one of the two 2045 target scenarios as the scoping plan scenario. Reaching carbon neutrality by 2035 is unrealistic and excessively costly based on the deep decarbonization studies we reviewed, including the work directed by CARB. We support the goal of reaching carbon neutrality no later than 2045. In addition, we support several of the key scenario 3 pillars for reaching carbon neutrality, including the ambitious zero emission vehicle goals aligned with the Governor's executive order, the ambitious clean energy goals aligned with the PUC's latest IRP decision in 2030 and SB 100 in 2045. Selection of all electric appliances in new residential and commercial buildings beginning in 2026 and 2029, respectively, and inclusion of CCS in industry as an eligible technology for the electric sector beginning, in meeting SB 100 zero carbon goals. And finally, broad inclusion of CDR approaches to compensate for remaining emissions in 2045, since sequestration in natural and working lands is helpful but not sufficient. We also think the scenarios could use some additional detail in a few areas, including a greater focus on zonal and whole building approaches to electrification of existing buildings, which would support community level solutions and partnerships and help manage long-term gas affordability. And finally, inclusion of 2030 renewable natural gas procurement goals that would build on the CPUC's recent SB 1440 implementation decision. I'd like to close by thanking ARB, E3, UC Irvine, and the Rhodium Group and others who worked and did extensive work on this effort. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we'll go to Jim Verberg.
Hi, good afternoon, good morning still, everybody. Assuming you can all hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, Jim Verberg representing WISPA today. Appreciate the opportunity to view the presentation today and appreciate all the work everybody's done. I don't have comments prepared specifically today, mostly questions. So it sounds like we're just taking them one by one at this point. And so just, wanted to appreciate the one thing I do want to say is I appreciate, the acknowledgement that, negative carbon technologies are important. We believe that, like we said in our comment letters, that CCS is one of them. I do have a question about that in particular. But one of the questions I have goes back to E3's presentation. And so the one that Vaughn showed on the direct emissions slide, that the direct emissions reductions looks like they've changed compared to what was shown in the March 15th workshop. Is that my imagination, or did those change between the March 15th workshop and what we see today?
I can take that one. Thanks for the question. I think we changed the colors, definitely, of the lines, and I think that there was actually a little bit of a error where the 80% line had moved on the chart, so that might be throwing you off a little bit, but the trajectories are the same.
Okay, so it was, I think it's the 80% line that's maybe thrown.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Appreciate that. And then on E3's, the ones that show the direct emissions, or sorry, on the sector cost slides, where we show on the different bars, the peach bars for the benefits. Okay, you following me there, Jesse? Did you factor in a battery replacement? You mentioned that, that's a result of the benefits, a result of, obviously reduced fuel use. Was a battery replacement factored in at all in that analysis?
For electric vehicles, I assume you're asking?
Yeah. Yes.
We did not assume a battery replacement necessarily, but we do assume there is a stock rollover for the life of the vehicle. And there's a range of different lifespans of vehicles in the model. So they range anywhere from 10 to somewhere 20 years. And so they retire once they reach the end of their life in that sort of histogram cycle.
Okay, so you did a retirement rather than a battery replacement.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That helps me. All right. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. The next three commenters are Shada Azamian, Claire Broom, and Crystal Ritesso. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. So we have Shada. You're now unmuted. Please unmute yourself.
Hi there. This is Shada with Leadership Council. I had a question about, I think this is for E3 and Rhodium, but I was wondering how y'all modeled the economic impacts of damages and human harm due to climate changes. Specifically, did y'all model the economic impacts of infrastructure damage, of healthcare demand arising from climate change for each of these scenarios, considering the wealth of information projections that exist today showing very different levels of climate change impacts associated with the strategies presented so far for the scoping plan?
So Shada, this is Rajinder. I can actually take that because we did do a social cost of carbon analysis, which is the avoided damages from the reduction of emissions into the atmosphere. And that is part of the presentation later this afternoon. That was not something that E3 or Rhodium are going to produce. As you are already aware, we are going to be trying to use the updated Biden administration numbers. The last scoping plan used the Obama administration numbers, which we all believe are too low. And so we are using interim Biden administration numbers, but that table is in the presentation for this afternoon. So that work has been done as well.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Claire Broom. Claire, you are unmuted.
Hi, this is Claire Broom representing 350 Bay Area. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. So I appreciate that you've opted to select direct air capture as the scenario 2 cost to model for carbon sequestration. My question is, everything I've seen suggests that sequestration through natural and working lands is more cost effective and substantially scalable. Did you consider, and if not, why not, pushing the natural and working lands part of the CARB effort to set a carbon sequestration target and how that might affect the economics of scenario 2?
Hi, Claire. Thanks for the comment. So Matt Patel, Division Chief of the Industrial Strategies Division here. So we do have some slides coming up later on natural working lands, both the sequestration and emissions from natural working lands. What we're seeing right now, even when we really ramp up management actions for natural working lands, that over all lands types over the next 20 years, they're actually going to be a source of emissions. And so we'll be presenting some more information on that later. But the bottom line here is that there still will be a need for carbon dioxide removal, even with really accelerating natural working lands actions going forward.
Thank you, Matt. And I certainly appreciate those efforts. But since the E3, they basically take a target and model various ways to get there. And so, and I'll look forward to your presentation, but having a strategy of sort of top-down setting a target and what would it take for natural and working lands to do that is a sort of alternative way of looking at options for California. Also, one suggestion for Shana's comment, I was going to make the same question about how the damages from delaying achieving emission goals are represented in the economic modeling. And I'll look forward to what you'll present later. But when you present these cost figures, maybe it would be worth having some sort of comparable line which expresses the damages from delay to sort of balance the costs that people are seeing, as though there's just only costs as opposed to offsetting avoidance of damages. And I'm glad you're using the Biden figure. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Claire. Your last point is very well taken. I think for the purpose of the workshop here, what we wanted to do was give the different pieces of the economic analyses and health analyses an opportunity to be presented by the main contractors, and then go through any questions specific to that piece. In the scoping plan itself, we do pull all of them together to reflect the full picture of what the avoided damages are, what the health benefit savings are, and what the costs are to actually do any of the actions in the scenario. So that all does come together the way that you're describing it. We chose not to do that here because we wanted to make sure that we could walk through the different tools that we use and have those discussions on those individual pieces. In terms of the natural working lands, I think the perspective that we came at from for the natural working lands is they should not be seen as a way to account for emissions from the energy and industrial side. They unto themselves are a living, breathing ecosystem, and that looking at what keeps it healthy, sustainable, that bottom-up approach by looking at the different landscapes and what's possible was the more appropriate approach when thinking about natural working lands. For the industrial energy side, it's quite different. I mean, you're looking at those sectors as in we have targets that are about reducing emissions by 80%, 30%, or 20%, 40%, et cetera, in those sectors. But natural working lands themselves are this living, breathing ecosystem, and to manage them just exclusively to balance out any residual emissions from the other side doesn't seem to do them justice in terms of all of the things that they encompass, not just as a carbon sequestration mechanism. Thanks.
So I'm also a fan of the natural and working lands as an entity for themselves. But the interesting element is that when you sequester carbon that way, you're usually getting multiple co-benefits. So it's an area where the quantitation is definitely still moving. But I don't see it as a negative to accelerate and invest in carbon sequestration in addition to all the other co-benefits. Thanks.
Thanks, Claire.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Christelle Ritessel, Emily Turkel, and Selena Scott Buechler. Christelle, you are unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Hi, thank you for your presentations. They were great, and it was great that it was also great that they all showed overall low economic impacts for California. I'm with the Bay Area Clean Air Coalition, and I'd like to note that along with Sierra Club, they also agree that the alternative one is clearly the best defense we have for our health and for the health of our climate. And I'm also talking about pollution in that case. I'd also like to note that alternative one is the best path to quick carbon neutrality without relying really heavily on CDR, which the Sierra Club notes can become a distraction to also stopping fossil fuels. And perhaps if we can't go with one, I think one is the best alternative. If we can't, I'd like to see an alternative somewhere between 1 and 2 created. That would be preferable than relying on CDR as much and not cutting fossil fuels. Of course, I don't want to get to that. I had a couple questions, or maybe they're more statements. I hope that CARB will consider, it looks like it's not within the scope of your presentations, but I hope that CARB considers things like tolls or taxes for ICE cars before 2035 to sort of collect to pay forward for changing infrastructure and ZEVs. And also things like the state using health savings, like savings on healthcare costs to help pay for things like ZEVs, mass transit, heat pumps, etc. I'd also hope that CARB, et cetera, considers that we as a state can lead, so other states and countries can catch up instead of necessarily worrying about those places taking our jobs. We're kind of all in this together. And then lastly, just consider, that jobs will be created. So as an example, with the state composting law, that created 12,000 jobs as well as 4,500 temporary jobs. So those were my comments. They're really kind of more comments than questions, but if you'd like to speak to that, thank you very much.
Sure, this is Rajinder, the Deputy Executive Officer for Climate and Research at ARB. I will say that some of the details that you just spoke to are more appropriate when we think about implementation of the actions, and there's separate processes that have to be undertaken to implement policies and programs to achieve the outcomes that we're modeling here. In terms of the modeling, I want to make sure that we're setting expectations appropriately. Once we put out the draft scoping plan in early May, we are going to have a formal comment period that goes into June, and then staff will present the proposed scenario to the board at the June board hearing. And after that we can think about additional changes to the modeling to help revise and finalize the scoping plan before fall. And so we will take all of the feedback that we get here, the conversation that happens over the next few months, and the conversation that happens at the board hearing, and then come up with what changes we want to make to the modeling and what should be the final revised scenario for the final plan towards the end of the year. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Emily Trickle. Emily.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for all these presentations. I'm Emily Trickle with Calpine, and I just had two brief questions. They might actually be for Jesse. So the first is, since Pathways isn't an optimization model, was Resolve used to build the electricity sector portfolio, or was there some other way that that was selected? And then additionally, if all gas-powered electricity generation is maintained in multiple scenarios, and adding CCS to those plants is less expensive than deploying direct air capture, why does the modeling deploy so much direct air capture and no CCS in the electricity sector, since they hold many of the same sequestration risks?
Yeah, both great questions. We did use Resolve. You're obviously familiar with E3 modeling, which is an optimization model for the electric sector, and CCS was a candidate resource in Resolve. There were specific targets for the electric sector to meet. There were specific targets for many of the sectors to meet. If you look at CARB's input assumptions that they posted back in December, and I think again for the March 15th workshop, and given the electric sector targets that were in place in Resolve, CCS was not chosen. Instead, there were other options that were chosen to meet SB 100 and the GHG constraints in that. So direct air capture is covering emissions from non-electric sources, essentially in this case.
Thank you. Next, we have Selena Scott Buechler.
Hi, yeah, thank you. Thank you for these presentations. My name is Selena Scott Buechler. I'm a researcher at Stanford University. And I was wondering if you could talk about the assumptions undergirding direct air capture, echoing some of the ones that were asked earlier, but kind of specifically for the jobs modeling, I wonder whether you made assumptions about rates of automation of the workforce. This is a broader question also for some of the renewable energy jobs modeling, or jobs modeling generally. And then wanted to echo the question, regardless of how it's implemented, and those are certainly questions for policymakers rather than for modelers. What are the assumptions for direct air capture going online? Speaking kind of specifically to the lag between the decision, the construction, and the operation, and sort of how did the model handle those? And then what MRV, monitoring, reporting, and verification costs for direct air capture were included in the cost modeling? Thank you.
Thanks for that question, and I'm going to start, and I think there's probably parts of the response that belong with Jesse and then also with Emily. So for direct air capture and for CCS in the modeling, we have a protocol that was adopted in 2018 that would allow for some of these technologies to be deployed immediately. But what we've come to see is that there is significant uncertainty on implementation for some of these technologies, and there are cost barriers for them today. And so while we modeled what could be a optimal or modeled what could be a reality, that doesn't mean that what the modeling shows is what we would expect to see in the real world. And so as part of the scoping plan, we will absolutely be including a discussion on uncertainty. And as part of the final scoping plan, we will definitely include a quantification around the uncertainty of the reductions that we could see from some of the sectors with the technologies and actions that we are applying to those sectors. And so the way to think about the scoping plan, it is economy-wide. It is not going to go into every single detail on the design of a specific policy or program. What it is doing is saying across the economy, what are the tools, the technologies, and the fuels and energy that can be deployed? What is the most applicable that we know of that could happen in sector A versus sector B? And so that is the scoping plan today. Based on the knowledge that we have today, we're going to make some updates based on some of the realities on the ground in terms of uncertainty for permitting, uncertainty for policy signals, uncertainty for cost, consumer adoption across all of these, because they also do assume consumers have to accept many of these outcomes, like turning in your gas vehicles for a electric or zero emission vehicle with hydrogen. And so all of that will be part of that discussion there. But we also have the AB 32 5-year update where we get to look at this and understand, are we on track? Are we not on track? Are the technologies that we wanted to see deployed actually being deployed as we expected them to be? And what do we need to do to get ourselves back on track? The example I'll use for you right now is VMT. Every scoping plan, we've modeled a VMT reduction across the economy. And no matter how much we model it, no matter how much stringent that assumption is, what we know in reality is that we are going in the opposite direction of reducing those emissions from the VMT activities in the economy. And so that's vehicle miles traveled. And so that uncertainty discussion absolutely matters. What the scoping plan is saying is that based on the information we have today, these are the types of actions and technologies and fuels that can be applied. If they are applied in this manner and everything were perfect, these are the reductions we would see, but modeling is not reflective of reality, and so uncertainty matters. And we're going to identify the uncertainties that need to be addressed for us to have a reality that much more closely represents the modeling. Jesse?
Yeah, actually, before I answer this question, I do want to clarify my answer to the last question because I misspoke at the end a bit. So the DAC would be capturing the remaining electric sector emissions above and beyond what was achieved in the goal that was set for the electric sector. The resolve optimization only optimizes for the goal that was set in the measures. I hope that clarifies what I said. So it would be covering all remaining emissions to reach carbon neutrality, which does include some remaining electric sector emissions in the cases. And I don't know if Emily could use a repeat as well, but maybe you could repeat your question outside of what Rajender has already covered for the last commenter, so we can make sure to specifically answer yours. I'm not sure if they're still unmuted. Maybe I'll just say while they're unmuting again that it sounded like you were interested in the costs that were covered for DAC overall. And I will say that we did cover, there's a wide range of costs that make up the direct air capture cost assumptions. Those will be published as part of the inputs and assumptions alongside the draft scoping plan in May when that is released. So you're welcome to take a look there. But we cover everything from the efficiency of the plant alongside the direct air capture to the variable costs, the fixed costs. There's several ranges involved, and the variable costs include a number of things, including maintenance and labor and waste removal, what have you. So there's quite a few costs that make up that overall picture. Hopefully that answers your question.
This is Emily. I believe I've been unmuted again. And so just to completely clarify, so you're saying basically that because Resolve in the electricity sector is basically an isolated model, but then afterwards that's plugged into Pathways, which has to then cover the emissions that didn't have to be covered within Resolve. So if it weren't for that, if the two models were actually in some way integrated more soundly, is there a possibility that for example, if CCS was less expensive than DAC, then it would have been deployed, and it simply wasn't because of how the model was designed?
It's a model design. You could think of it that way, but there's also a hard target for the electric sector based on the inputs and assumptions that were designed for each alternative. So the electric sector is meeting that target, and it looks like Rajender's going to expand on that a bit.
Yeah, and I think this also goes back to the uncertainty, whether it's resolve or whether it's pathways. What we're doing is saying, based on inputs that we have and that have been vetted through some of the other interagency efforts, like such as SB 100, if we model it, this is what it looks like for the electricity sector. But if that transmission build out, that renewable build out doesn't happen, then you're still going to have some additional gas resources that are online. And for those gas resources, you could potentially have CCS there. And so I don't think we should consider that the modeling for resolve or the modeling for the pathways for the scoping plan is the be all end all complete picture of our future. There is no magic 8-ball here for that. And I think what we should say is these are based on inputs and information we know today. And if some of those other cleaner technologies, renewables in particular in transmission, are not built out, we're not going to take plants offline because we're going to need them for reliability.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
All right, thank you. We will revisit a couple of commenters who had audio issues earlier. First, I'm going to try Gary Carter again. Gary, you are unmuted. All right, sounds like we still cannot hear from Gary. Julia May.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please state your comment.
The issue is that when you first enter the webinar, there's a question given to you about whether you want the program to allow control of your microphone. If you say no, you can't change it later. You have to quit the webinar and come back in again and change your system preferences on your computer. So that might be affecting a lot of other people too. My question is that I have several questions, but I'll just start with this. I'm trying to understand why you would show snapshots of 2035 and 2045 rather than the cumulative costs by 2035 and maybe the additional costs between 2035 and 2045, since the cumulative costs seem to be the relevant measurement. And since by 2035, if you just show the incremental costs in that year, you're cutting out all the upfront costs, and frequently the upfront costs are the largest costs. So my first question is, can you help me understand why you would just show those snapshots?
So the convention on the economic modeling is to track with when we look at the targets for achieving carbon neutrality. And for this time, it's 2035 and 2045. This is the way that we've done it in the previous scoping plans. And we do speak to capital costs and technology scaling and coming down over time. And in fact, when you look at 2035 versus 2045, you can see that actually bearing out in just those 2 years as a snapshot.
Yeah, but since that cuts out 14 years worth of cost previous to that, it means that your 2035 and 2045 snapshots may be completely wrong in terms of which scenario costs more. So I guess I'd ask if the modelers have the cumulative numbers available.
So we can go back and talk about this, about what data we're going to make available. I think we have the emissions changes by year, but I don't think we have the economic or health changes by year, but we can go back and check and confirm.
I mean, clearly the total cost through 2035 is much more relevant than what the cost is in 2035. So the fair comparison would be cumulative. Otherwise, you really can't compare the scenarios. I would also ask a question that we asked on the comments on E3's modeling of the different scenarios. that we sent, which relates to the costs as well today, which is 3 out of the scenarios, 2 through 4, which use carbon capture for refineries, started reducing emissions immediately, implying that carbon capture was available now. This may not be a question for the model. It may be a policy decision that CARB decided to set for the inputs. But we couldn't understand why it assumed that the refineries could have carbon capture starting now, which would drastically reduce emissions through 2030 and beyond, when they don't exist in California. And in fact, in other regulatory venues, it's really hard for refineries to find space for major emissions capture and treatment, for example, for NOx, which we commented on. So we couldn't understand why there were assumptions that emission reductions would start right away for carbon capture when they don't exist in California. Maybe
so
you can explain.
I can take that one, and I did actually respond to this in writing to some of the stakeholders that asked that same question. So I can't recall, Julia, if you were on those emails or not. But the reason that we have it starting, not today, but before the middle of this decade, is because we've had a CCS protocol in place since 2018. So potentially by this time, we could have had those. But we're realizing now that there are delays in implementation, policy uncertainty, and other factors that are not going to help that be a reality. So we will be adjusting the modeling to reflect a later start date for CCS in California, because we do not think it is going to materialize in the next 2 or 3 years in the state because of the delays we're already seeing as projects try to start in California.
All right, thank you. Next, let's.
Maybe I could just quickly say to Rajender's point about the annual costs, that the costs are annualized, Julia. So the point about the upfront cost is actually in the levelized costs on an annual basis. So that is being captured in those costs.
So you can provide us each year instead of just 2035?
Yeah, it's actually in the slide deck. If you look at slides, let's see what number they were. Slides 6 and 7, those are annual, and the area under the curve is cumulative, and that number can be provided.
So that is for the E3 slides. That may not be the case for the work that Rhodium did and UCI did. So I want to be clear that you will get some picture of the cost, which is the direct cost, but you will not get that same level of detail for some of the other slides that Emily Wimberger presented. So we can go back and talk with Rhodium as to what they have or don't have. Thanks for the clarification there, Jesse.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Mikhail Scavala.
Hi, Mikhail Scarla here on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. Appreciate the presentation today, though, as one of the people who got kicked off the front end. So if there's an opportunity to host the video of that first E3 presentation, that'd be helpful for our future review, and look forward to the opportunity to comment and ask questions. I think the cumulative costs comments previously are an interesting thread, and I think we'd look forward to seeing more of that, as well as the assumptions that went into the all the modeling from E3 and Rhodium. And we're hopeful that in the next 5 months or so, we'll be able to review that and have a significant discourse and dialogue with the Air Resources Board and other stakeholders on those assumptions. I do think that the presentation today indicates that the 2035 costs to the economy as well as to jobs is extraordinary, and something that we should take pause and really think about with those who are trying to push for an earlier date. But also want to note that permitting in California of the decarbonization projects, both renewable electricity as well as the systems to deliver decarbonized electrons and molecules to market, I don't know that it's feasible to get that construction done, even if the capital were available to do it at this time. We're talking hundreds of billions of dollars in investment from the public side, as well as from the private sector. And I simply don't know that we have the time to do that. And so to that end, I think it's important that we daylight to the extent possible all of these assumptions as well as all the cumulative costs so that we know with eyes wide open what we're going towards and that policymakers can make the appropriate decisions. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Mick. And yes, we will be making that data available, and we do have the summer to go through it and revise and update as we work through the details once the plan is released. And again, just speaking to your point about the uncertainty, the permitting, we are very, very aware of those challenges and even trying to deploy things that we know we want or have already said we all collectively want, such as renewable energy. So thank you.
Thank you. It looks like Selena, you have a follow-up question. Selena, you are unmuted.
Yeah, sorry, I got muted after the last question, so I couldn't reiterate the question that was asked to be clarified. So I realized it was a composite question, so I apologize. So I wonder if you could talk about the assumptions, the base assumptions for DAC. When it would go into effect. It sounds like the base assumption for CCS is that it might be deployed in 2 or 3 years, and it sounds like you're revising that and thinking about what assumptions to make. But just to be clear, is that the same assumption that's being made for DAC, that it would go into effect in 2 to 3 years?
So I can try and take this question. We don't make any specific, you don't see a curve or a ramp up of direct air capture in any of the outputs from E3. What we have is the total value that's left as a residual in 2035 and 2045. And we know by that time frame, we will need to have direct air capture available to help pull those residual emissions back out of the atmosphere. We do have SB 27, which speaks to setting carbon dioxide removal targets in the 2030 timeframe. And so the scoping plan will put in a range of what we think should be carbon dioxide removal targets around the 2030 timeframe, but that is not explicitly modeled into the E3 modeling that we have there. So not like you have the graphs with CCS coming in for refineries, we don't have that for direct air capture. The other thing I'll note on CDR is that the faster we deploy it, the more that we deploy it, not only does it help with the residual emissions, but we also have an opportunity to go net negative. So there's also an argument, a scientific argument to be made to deploy it faster and deploy it at a greater scale than what we think we need to compensate for those emissions from our economy, because it can help further reduce the loading of GHGs in the atmosphere that are already going to be there for a while and continue to cause climate damages. Thanks.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then the one other question was on the sort of the jobs and the economic modeling of DAC. Wondering whether MRV was included in the cost estimates and across kind of technology-based jobs sectors, what rates of automation were considered in the jobs modeling. Thanks.
Sure. And thanks for repeating the question. The automation is not something that is explicitly in any of the models that we use. So it's not like in E3, if you pick an ICE vehicle to be taken out of line, you know how many jobs related to a smog shop or maybe mechanics to maintain those vehicles will no longer be available. And now that you have EVs that are less prone to some of those mechanical issues because they don't have those mechanical parts, that you have less jobs for that. So those kinds of things are not considered, jobs are not considered explicitly in any of the models that we do. That's done outside of pathways, and it's an approximation in terms of growth in sectors, contraction in other sectors based on the economic modeling, and maybe Emily can speak to this a little bit more. In terms of MRV, the costs for MRV are going to be very small when you think about the capital cost to deploy and build out the infrastructure for these technologies. And ultimately, the costs for MRV are going to be dependent on what the program and regulatory framework looks like for understanding the monitoring and reporting and verification of the claims of reductions that those technologies will deliver. So MRV is more implementation program related, and that's where you look at those costs. It is not part of the analysis here, and it would be very negligible in terms of the modeling here. Emily, did you want to speak to the other piece about jobs and how those are factored?
Sure. So what we use, we're relying on the multipliers that are in plan to basically convert dollars spent in an industry into employment. And those are updated every year based on information that comes out of the US Bureau of Labor Statistics and BEA, the Bureau of Economic Analysis. So those do take into account sort of the latest information when it comes to thinking about automation in specific sectors. And those are the multipliers that we rely on for the macroeconomic modeling for jobs.
Okay, I think that concludes
Sorry, staff.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that includes the first portion of this. And do we know if our folks from UCI are available to start, or should we take maybe a 10-minute break? Because I think many of us would like even a 10-minute break at this point. Oh, Mike's there.
Ready, but I'm happy to support your 10-minute break too.
Let's just roll into it so that we don't have to risk losing our platform again. Thank you.
All right, well, thanks everybody. Very glad to be part of this important work. My name is Mike McKinnon. I'm a senior research scientist in the Advanced Power and Energy program at the University of California, Irvine. I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Shupeng Zhu, to discuss the air quality and public health benefits assessment that we did to support the draft scoping plan scenario process. Shupeng is our modeling expert and will be on hand to help me answer any detailed modeling questions. I also want to acknowledge Professor Scott Samuelson, who oversaw and led this work. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So our role in this work was to provide a detailed assessment of the air quality and public health benefits that result from implementing the alternative scoping plan scenarios in California. And essentially what that boiled down to was quantifying and valuing the health benefits that result from improvements in outdoor air pollution. I just want to note that there will also be improvements in indoor air pollution that will have health benefits, but we don't include those in our assessment. As part of that, we wanted to specifically quantify those benefits that accrue within socially and economically disadvantaged communities. I think it's probably pretty well understood by those of you on this call, but those are the communities that are most impacted by degraded air quality currently and most vulnerable to the effects of degraded air quality. So that's where we need the benefits the most. I just want to be clear that everything that I'm discussing and presenting on today, the approach, the results, is specific to the draft scoping plan process, which involved evaluating multiple scenarios relative to each other. So our goal was to provide air quality and health metrics to support that scenario selection process. To do that, we used an approach called episodic air quality modeling that I'm going to talk a lot more about and explain. And that was necessary because the modeling we use, particularly the air quality model, is highly computationally intensive. So it required us to sort of balance the number of scenarios we had with our approach. So you can go ahead and head to the next slide. So before we start, I just want to talk a little bit about what it means to assess air quality. I think most of us have an idea about air pollution, but when we talk about assessing air quality or air pollution, there's a couple steps that are really important, and it starts with step one, which is the actual emissions, the direct emissions. These are the chemicals and the particles that are released directly from our sources, from our vehicle tailpipes, from our refinery stacks. There's a lot of different kinds. They occur in different amounts in different places, and we have to understand all that. And I think in most people's minds, those float up in the air, and then that's air pollution, and that's very true, but there's a lot more to the story, particularly in step two, once they're in the atmosphere. A lot of complicated things go on. One of the most important is atmospheric chemistry. So there's chemical reactions that actually produce new pollutants. Ozone is a good example of this. You can just think of smog when I say ozone. Ozone isn't emitted, it forms in the atmosphere during reactions between NOx and VOCs. Another important secondary pollutant in California is PM 2.5. Of course, there's also directly emitted PM 2.5, but there's an important fraction of PM 2.5 that actually forms in the air from gaseous precursor pollutants and has a major impact on health. Another thing that happens is that these pollutants get moved around by things like wind and other weather phenomena. So a lot of times the pollution ends up being potentially far from where the emissions or the precursor emissions were released. And all of that in total is what gives us air pollution, what it is, where it is, and how much of it there is. And that's important because that directly impacts step 3, which is what this means for human health. How does this impact our populations? We have to know where the people are and how they're exposed to the air pollution to understand what this really means. So the strength that we bring to this is that we have detailed models for all 3 of these steps. Particularly step 2, we use an advanced air quality model. It's a photochemical air quality model to get a real detailed picture of both primary and secondary pollutant changes in the atmosphere. So you can go ahead to the next slide. So our approach to this involved an integrated modeling chain, which I'm showing you a high-level overview of here. I'm going to talk about each one of these in more detail, but just wanted to provide an overview of the modeling flow here. It of course starts with pathways. That's where we get the information on the technology changes, the fuel changes, the energy demand changes, the type of information we need to understand how direct emissions change, which is the second step. Not just in total, but we also have to know where and when they're happening. So we use a model called smoke for that step. Those then become an input into our air quality model, and we're able to understand how the pollution changes, the atmospheric pollution. The output of that then becomes an input into our health impact assessment tool, BenMap, which allows us to quantify and value the health effects of the pollution change. As a final step, we use CalEnviroScreen to identify the census tracts that are DAC, and then we're able to quantify the health benefits within those census tracts specifically. One thing I just want to note is that given the scope and scale of what we were doing, which is to model the entire state, we were modeling in the year 2045. It requires us to use a regional scale modeling approach. And just like any modeling exercise, there's strengths and there's assumptions you have to make. So for a scale that large, you have to sacrifice some granularity, for example. So as I go through this presentation, I'm going to also present caveats that I think are important to consider and understand in interpreting our results. I want to be fair about what strengths we bring to this, but also how to interpret the results correctly through those caveats as well. Could you please go to the next slide? Okay, so the first step is the emissions modeling step. And essentially what we need to develop is a very detailed pollutant emissions inventory representative of all 5 of our scenarios, our business as usual reference, and then our 4 alternatives in the year 2045. So we start with a ARB inventory for a base year, for a year we know, that has all of that highly detailed information. And I have a footnote here. If you're interested in more detail about that inventory, you can go to those links. And then the next step is we use the output from pathways to project that inventory to 2045. So we use the energy consumption trends, the fuel trends, the technology stock data, et cetera, to determine how the emissions are going to change. And of course, we have to bring in a lot of other data sources as well. For example, we have to understand how emission rates are going to change. So a heavy duty vehicle that's still using a combustion engine is going to be much cleaner in 2045 than one today. So we have to account for that by using a model called MFAC as an example. And this is a fairly challenging process because Pathways was not developed to interface directly with our inventory. So as a benchmarking step, we compare our reference case to the ARB emission projections through a tool called CPAM. And they're not to match exactly because they're not modeling the exact same scenario, but CPAM provides this very nice guidelines for us to make sure that each of our sources, we're not way off. If we're way higher or way lower, then that's a red flag. So it's a nice benchmarking step. The second step then is we have to bring in the where and the when, which I mentioned, and we use a model called Smoke for that. Smoke is able to take these total emissions and start aggregating it throughout the state in the places they occur. So this is where we bring in the locations of roads, traffic patterns. So our emissions from vehicles are different on Sunday versus Monday, these types of things. the latitude and longitude of large point sources like refineries or power plants, stack heights, all the details we need that our air quality model needs as an input. Next slide. So I just want to mention some of these caveats. Pathways provide statewide averages. So our projection trends are averaged at the statewide level. We don't have regionally specific or sub-regionally specific emission changes. Of course, our base year inventory does have all the specifics of each specific location, and it's highly specific to the region, but the change from now to 2045 is averaged at the state level. I also just want to note that there are emissions that come from many different processes that are not combustion related in energy systems. So for example, there are biogenic, which is natural emission sources, reactive organic gas emissions from vegetation, NOx emissions from soil. These types of things are still in our inventory. I mostly note this because I'm going to show you the results for alternative 1, which is essentially the removal of combustion emissions, and there's still some emissions. I want to explain where that's coming from. Also, there's processes like brake and tire wear PM, right? So that's not a combustion-based process. We have to account for that. Replacing a combustion vehicle with a zero-emission vehicle doesn't eliminate the tire wear PM, for example. It's going to reduce the brake wear because of regenerative braking, but there still will be some. So that's the type of thing we also have to account for in this. And the final caveat I'll mention is that we only consider existing facilities. The uncertainty of projecting new build scenarios was not feasible within this assessment. And we also don't assume any major functional changes to existing facilities. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's look at some of the emission results. It's given the aggressiveness of the carbon neutrality target, it's not surprising that our scenarios attain large emission reductions in 2045. This is of course due to many different processes, the deployment of zero emission fuels like electrification and hydrogen fuel cell electrification, but also just reductions in total energy consumption from more efficient technologies being used, reduced emission rates from remaining combustion sources, et cetera. So if we look at the chart on the bottom left, I'm showing total NOx emissions. And the first point I wanted to make is in the first two bars, which is that even in our business as usual reference, the emissions are reduced from current. So even a business as usual trajectory in California has improved air quality, and we account for that. From that business as usual reference, all 4 of our scenarios attain important reductions in total NOx, ranging from almost 90% in alt 1 to over 40% in alt 4. Interestingly, in 2045, alternative 2 and 3 have similar reductions, around 60%. So the next step then is to utilize the smoke model and to put this bar graph of emissions into where they are actually reduced. And that's what I'm showing you on the bottom right. The blue that you're seeing is the reduction in emissions, and I selected alt 2 just as an example, but this is the reduction in alt 2 from our business as usual reference case. And what you're seeing, for example, is locations of roadways because we're using zero emission vehicles. You're seeing the locations of major railways because we're using zero emission trains. You're seeing emissions in the ocean from ships, and in urban areas, you're seeing reductions from many different things, industry, residential and commercial buildings, on-road, off-road equipment, et cetera. But this is the type of output that we need to make from our emission step in order to allow us to air quality model. So once we have this, we can go to the next step, which is the next slide, and do our air quality modeling. And as I mentioned, this is really the strength of what we bring is this air quality model. It's an advanced photochemical air quality model called CMAQ. CMAQ is widely used for this type of purpose, both regulatory and research. And what CMAQ allows us to do is we put in the emissions that I just showed you from the previous slide. We put in the natural source emissions. We put in the weather and topography and the boundary conditions, which is the pollution that's being transported into California from other places. And CMAQ is able to translate that into changes in both primary, so the emitted pollutants, but also those secondary pollutants. It accounts for the chemistry. And what we get out of it is a comprehensive picture of how pollutants have changed. So what I'm showing you here in the bottom right is differences in PM 2.5 and ozone. And those are the 2 pollutants that we focus on, that you'll hear me talk about for the rest of this presentation. The reason for that is, 1, they're well known to have harmful health effects, and they're commonly used in health impact assessments like we conducted. And also many regions of California are in non-compliance for the federal health-based standards for these pollutants. So we run CMAQ with 4 kilometer by 4 kilometer resolution as appropriate for a regional scale model. That's about 2.5 miles by 2.5 miles. I'm not sure why we always use kilometers, but that's a 2.5 mile by 2.5 mile box essentially is our resolution. Now it's important for us to make sure that CMAQ is accurately simulating. And the way we do that is we actually run it for a historical year, a year that we actually know the pollution concentrations from our air quality monitoring stations. And we compare our simulated results to these measured results, and we use a statistical verification process to make sure that it's accurate. Now I want to talk about episodic modeling because that's really important, and it's really important to consider our results within this framework. So practically what that means is because we have 5 scenarios, we modeled 2 months in 2045 for each scenario. We modeled a month in winter, January, and we modeled a month in summer, July. And the reason we picked those 2 months is the conditions in those months are conducive to very high pollutant concentration periods. So in July, there's very high levels of ozone and high levels of PM. And in winter, there's very high levels of PM 2.5. So by modeling those 2 months, we are able to quantify the impact, the maximum impact that the emission changes in the scoping plan scenarios can achieve. We see the largest change that they will induce. What we don't see by only including 2 months is a comprehensive understanding of the entire year, because the other months of the year have different conditions and the impacts will also be different. Next slide. So some caveats, and much of these caveats are centered around that episodic modeling. Because we're including 2 months, again, to balance the number of scenarios that we modeled, we are able to provide only short-term exposure health benefits. And again, because we're comparing the scenarios to each other, as long as we use the same approach, we get this useful metric that allows us to look at Alt1 versus Alt4, for example. But it's not providing a comprehensive report of the health benefits. Also, again, I sort of introduced this idea, but by picking the periods of high pollutant formation periods, the health impacts are the largest for those months for the year. So you can't take our results and try to multiply them by 6 or 12 to try to figure out what an annual change would be. They only represent a snapshot of 2045, 2 months in 2045. The other thing I want to mention is that we did not assume any other changes. We only changed our anthropogenic emissions. So we held, for example, meteorology constant. And that's on purpose to make sure that the changes we see are directly related to the scoping plan emission changes. But it should be noted that climate impacted meteorology is an important thing to consider. It will certainly impact pollutant concentrations in 2045, and it would be something future work could potentially examine. Next slide. Okay, so let's look at some of the results from the air quality model. What I'm showing you now is the difference in PM 2.5 between our alternative cases and our business as usual reference case in January in the top row and July in the bottom row. What you're seeing in the table is the peak reduction that was modeled during those periods. So that represents the single highest point in our modeling domain that we simulated. So it follows the aggressiveness of the emission reductions that these changes in PM 2.5 are large, particularly for winter. So for example, alternative 1 achieves almost a 23 microgram per meter cubed reduction. That's very large considering the standard is 35 micrograms per meter cubed. Alternative 2 and 3 achieve similar reductions, particularly in summer. And I just want to note that alternative 4, the way it's being presented here, it doesn't look very good. You think, oh, that's not a nice improvement. But if it was viewed in isolation, that's a significant improvement in pollution, even in alternative 4. Again, relative to a 35 microgram per meter cube standard, it's almost half that. I also want to mention where these are happening. That's of course very important. Where the pollution is directly determines who is breathing it and the health effects that result. You can see in these results the blue is where it's improved, and the darker the blue, the better. In the peak reductions occur in the South Coast Air Basin, so in Los Angeles, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Orange County, that air basin. I want to be clear, that's not because the scenarios were designed in some way that achieved this. It's because the conditions in that basin result in the highest baseline pollutant concentrations. We have mountains that ring our basin. We have weather that's perfect for creating pollution and then trapping it in there. That area contains a dense concentration of emission sources and also has a very large and dense urban population. So it's very common to see the largest pollutant impacts in the South Coast Air Basin. I also want to note that particularly in winter, there are benefits in the Central Valley. I know they don't show up as well here, but there are notable reductions that occur in the Central Valley as well. Next slide, please. So looking at the same thing, but this time for ground level ozone, again, you can just think of smog. Very similar trends. The reductions are sizable, particularly in alternative 1. Again, this is almost a complete removal of precursor emissions. So 51 ppb reduction in maximum daily 8-hour average is very large. But again, in alt4, a 20 ppb reduction is also significant and notable. The peak impacts are also occurring in the South Coast Air Basin. Again, that's to be expected. The South Coast Air Basin has the worst ozone air pollution, not just in California, but in the entire US because of the conditions there. Next slide. So now that we understand how air pollution changes, we can move to step 3, which is to do a health impact assessment. And to do that, we use a BenMap, again, a widely used tool developed by the EPA for this type of assessment. And what BenMap's able to do is we put in our change in air pollution. We put in our population data, so we're using projected 2045 data at the census tract level. We used health impact functions to quantify the number of avoided incidents of harmful health endpoints, which I'm showing you in the bottom right table. So avoided incidents of premature mortality, avoided hospitalizations for various disease. And then we use valuation functions from the health economics literature to put a dollar value on those avoided incidents. The benefits that I'll be reporting on today represent all the total that accrues within July and January, minus 5 days that we have to discard for model spin up. So it's the total benefits over the entire month. And again, I just want to emphasize that this is for short-term exposure only. Typically, long-term exposure health benefits are much larger. That requires annual modeling, for example, to do, but we use short-term exposure so that we had a metric that we could compare the scenarios with. Next slide. Okay, so some caveats here. Again, I've mentioned this already. It's a snapshot. It's not cumulative, and it doesn't account for all of the benefits that would be accruing in the year 2045 either. I want to note that we calculate the health benefits with the same resolution as the air quality model, which is, again, a 2.5 mile by 2.5 mile box. Now, we can feasibly downscale that to the census tract level, but we can't get any more granular than that, not accurately. So what that means is that we aren't able to resolve things at the neighborhood level or provide fence line impact results. The other thing that's important to note is that all of the pollutant emissions are aggregate in our scenarios, and so the air quality changes are aggregate, meaning we can't look at things individually. I can't give you an individual source impact. I can't say this refinery did this or trucks did this here. It's just an integrated scenario, and the results are for that. Next slide. Okay, this is a busy slide, and I don't want everyone to get lost reading this. I just wanted to make 2 points. What I'm showing you here is the avoided incidents of our health endpoints for the July modeling period. And the first point I just wanted to make is I wanted to give another overview of the endpoints we considered for each pollutant here. But I also wanted to demonstrate how these scale with the air quality changes that we modeled. So if you look at the top row, that's the avoided incidence of premature mortality for reduced exposure to PM 2.5 in our scenarios. So you can see that there's 268 avoided incidents in alt1, and then that scales down to 132 avoided incidents in alt4. So you can go to the next slide. Okay, so what I'm showing now are the total health benefits for July in blue and January in gray. So I just put them together on the same bar. When you combine them, the value of the health savings ranges from almost 16 billion in 2021 dollars for alt 1, down to a little over 8 billion in alt 4. And what this is not saying is that implementing the scoping plan scenarios would attain 8 to 16 billion dollars in health benefits. It would attain far higher health benefits than that. What the useful information we can get from this graph is now we know that our least aggressive case, alt 4, attains approximately 50% of the health benefits that our most aggressive case, alt 1, achieves. And we can put that in the context with some of the economic modeling that we've been discussing today as well. We can also see that alt 2 and alt 3, again in 2045, have similar total health savings. Again, the idea to compare these to each other. Next slide. So the final step was, again, to quantify the benefits specifically within DAC. We used Caliban Bioscreen 4.0 to identify the census tracts that were DACs. When we look at it statewide in total, the benefits within, specifically within DAC, range from 2.5 billion in alt 4 to a little under 5 billion in alt 1. Again, the total benefits will be much higher than this, but this allows us to get a sense of how each scenario performs. The other thing I'm showing here, and I just wanted to note, was the location of the DAC benefits. You can see that the South Coast Air Basin, the communities there benefit the most. That is, again, simply because of the conditions in that area and the large, dense urban population. It's not because the scenarios are designed to improve air quality more in the South Coast Air Basin or anything like that. There are also benefits within the San Joaquin Valley, and then the San Francisco Bay, which is much lower. Next slide. I thought I had one more. It was just my conclusion slide. I think I said most of them already, but if we can get there, I will reiterate. Oh, there we go. Very nice. So using an episodic evaluation, it was clear that all of the scenarios attain notable air quality and health benefits. They significantly reduce air pollution and the incidence of pollution-related health effects. When we compare them to each other, it's no surprise that alt 1 by far and away outperforms the other scenarios. The aggressiveness of the emission reduction measures in that scenario result in large benefits. Our snapshot in 2045, alt 2 and alt 3 have similar benefits. And then comparatively, the way it's set up, alt 4, again, looks like it's not performing well, but if you just viewed it in isolation against other scenarios, I think the benefits are still significant in total. The health benefits are most pronounced in the South Coast Air Basin for the reasons I mentioned, and that is also true for DACs, so that is where we would see the largest benefits for DACs. I want to thank you for letting me present. I look forward to answering questions and getting feedback in a little bit. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Mike. So now that we have the health and economic results, we'll summarize these results together. While there are appreciable health benefits across all scenarios, we see that alternative 1 has the greatest health benefits. Alternatives 2 and 3 have fairly comparable health benefits, and alternative 4 has lower health benefits than alternative 3. In terms of single year direct costs by scenario in relation to business as usual, alternative 1 has the highest costs, followed by alternatives 2 and 4, with alternative 3 having the lowest direct cost. Similarly, alternative 1 has the largest impacts on California jobs in 2035 and 2045, followed by alternatives 2 and 4, with alternative 3 resulting in the least job reductions. And next slide, please. It's no surprise that this transformation comes with a cost. However, many of the damages from greenhouse gas emissions today will affect economic outcomes throughout the next several centuries. As we think about the investments needed to transform our energy system, we need to get comfortable with significant investments today, knowing that the payback will be in future decades in the form of avoided higher damages from climate change. Social costs provide a measure of the harm that is avoided by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. CARB staff utilized carbon dioxide equivalent and methane emissions reductions from pathways in 2035 and 2045 relative to business as usual to estimate the social cost of carbon for each scenario, which is presented here. I want to note that while we have social cost of carbon values to use, we also know the science is always evolving and that the values in use or under consideration by the Biden administration do not capture the full suite of avoided damages. Therefore, the values presented here are likely underestimating the avoided damages. Next slide, please. Based on the results from the scenario analyses, CARB staff will be recommending alternative 3 as the proposed scoping plan scenario for the AB 32 sources in the draft scoping plan to be released next month. Alternative 3 balances considerations on health, economics, and the environment, as well as aligning with statutes and executive orders. These results, along with other decarbonization studies, illustrate we need a total transformation of the energy system if we hope to reach net zero emissions, with the next decade needing to be one of deliberate but strategic transition. We can't just shut everything down. We need to build out new energy supplies and infrastructure, which the modeling shows are extensive, to enable a smooth transition. Alternative 3 deploys a broad array of both existing and emerging technology and fuel alternatives to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. The additional 10 years allows for a longer lead time to deploy clean technology and energy, enabling vehicles and appliances to be retired at end of life, and enabling scale up to occur and resulting costs to decline. Technology and energy transition considerations that include supply chains, build out, permitting, consumer adoption rates, and costs means there is higher uncertainty for a 2035 carbon neutrality date that is relying on successfully putting this clean energy infrastructure in place. Next slide, please. In comparing alternative 4, the other 2045 scenario analyzed with alternative 3 shows that alternative 3 will meet more of the AB 32 objectives in that it has less direct costs and employment impacts, will result in greater health benefits, achieves the Executive Order S-3-05 target of at least an 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from 1990 levels by 2050, and aligns with statutes and executive orders, such as Governor Newsom's Zero Emission Vehicle Executive Order, calling for elimination of new internal combustion passenger vehicles by 2035, and SB 1383's statewide emission reduction targets of 40% reduction in methane and hydrofluorocarbons from 1990 levels by 2030. Even with bold actions, there will be remaining emissions in 2045 in all the scenarios analyzed. As such, carbon dioxide removal is going to be needed to achieve carbon neutrality, with the amount of carbon dioxide removal dependent on how successfully we are able to deploy clean technology and energy. And so now I think we're going to move into our second public comment period, and I'll ask, let's see, Trish, if she can help me first. The EJ Advisory Committee members will be invited to provide comments and ask questions, and then we'll invite the other attendees. So Trish, let's see, are there any members of the EJ Advisory Committee with their hands raised?
Hi, Stephanie, it's Trish. At this moment, I do not see any hands from EJ Advisory Committee members. Just giving it one more moment here. I do see Martha Dina's proxy, Colin. I have unmuted you, Colin. You should be able to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Hello again, everyone. Good afternoon. Colin Miller with EJ Solutions Consulting for PSR LA, proxy for Marta Dina Arguello, EJAC co-chair. My question is, why does the CMAQ model use a 2.5 square mile resolution for modeling ozone and PM 2.5 pollution when we know that the variation of PM 2.5 pollution can be extremely high on a city block by city block basis? I just want to acknowledge that the granularity of the California EnviroScreen, at a census tract level is still not adequate, but far superior to the extremely coarse granularity of the CMAQ model. It doesn't account for the air quality burdens that are disproportionately experienced by low-income communities of color in California, or EJ communities in California, and that the air quality monitoring that currently exists is woefully inadequate. Just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. So the granularity of CMAQ is limited by the computationally intensive nature that it unfortunately entails, because it's needed for the chemical mathematical equations that are going on there. So the time that the model takes to run is directly related to that grid that we use. So the lower you go, the more intensive it becomes. So we have to have this balance between modeling the entire state. We have to pick a resolution that makes sense in terms of model runtime. So that's a very common granularity for CMAQ, not just by us, but by the community, is 2.5 miles by 2.5 miles. Your point is valid, and I'm not taking away from it, but just giving you some background on why. Now, the flip side of that is that we're able to model the air quality for every DAC in California in one run. So that's sort of the strength of it. But your point is well made about the variation of PM at more granular levels.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do see co-chair Sharifa. I have unmuted you. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So I actually wanted to piggyback off of Colin's question. So I understand the basically cost benefit analysis you just explained, Michael. I was wondering if there is an additional tool that can be used to capture the granularity that Colin was mentioning, because since we have evidence that it's affecting communities on a smaller grid than the 2x5, 2x5, I was wondering, even though there's the ease of capturing all the DACs at once, how are we able to accurately capture what's going on a more local level, which is what usually our communities care about because that's their everyday lives? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. So yeah, there are different tools if you wanted to study the air quality impacts at the neighborhood level. You would use a different kind of model, probably like a dispersion model is the name of the model that's commonly used for these higher resolution, maybe meter by meter assessments. The challenge with it would then again be, you could do that for one community, maybe two, maybe three, but trying to understand how every DAC in California is impacted, it would not be feasible to run that local assessment, for that many communities. So that's sort of the trade-off, the challenge that you end up facing. But yes, there are tools for neighborhood assessment or neighborhood level, fence line level assessments.
Yeah, so I guess, and this isn't a you question, Michael, this might be more for ISD. So given what you just said about dispersion modeling, and about just how much time that would take, is it possible to do some type of local level modeling that gets included into this draft of the scoping plan? Just because we know that as EJ advocates, we are responsible to our members, and so they'll be asking about what's going on at the local level, and so yeah, just wanting to ask that. And I'm not assuming that it's infeasible now, but if it's not, how can we get it into the next go around of the scoping plan, given that we have 5 more years from this year? Thanks.
So this is Rajinder, and I think the question is for ARB, not ISD specifically, because the health and modeling work is done over several divisions. It's not just explicit to one division. So we have to take a step back and think about what the scoping plan is. It is a high-level, economy-wide, state-level plan that gives state-level energy changes that are then projected down proportionally on all the sources in the state. So there are already all these various assumptions about how that high-level state level is projected down to different sources in the state and the changes that you see at the local level, whether it's at the granularity that Mike is showing here, or whether we did something more granular. It's not going to reflect full reality for what may or may not be experienced by a community. So we can go back and look at these other tools and understand what it would take to provide inputs to put in these tools and then generate some data out of it. But that data is not going to be any more certain in what a community is going to feel with that more granular data than what Mike is already doing, because there's all of these assumptions already built in from the top about how it's state level energy that's translated down to a regional basis, and it's all proportional. It's not specific to changes in one plant versus another plant, et cetera. So we can go back and look at the SHRIFA and understand if there are tools that can do that, but there's going to be huge caveats on it. It's not going to reflect specifically what happens in a community because the scoping plan is not set up to do that very explicit analysis of what I should expect to see when I open my front door in 10 years from now or 15 years from now, because we've done all these actions. It's probably too late to add it into the draft plan because we are putting out the draft plan in a few weeks ahead of a 45-day comment period, but we will go back and look at it for the final plan.
All right, thank you. I'll come up with some more questions about this for the Public Health Working Group. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes the comments from the EJ Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you, Trish. So I'll ask Lon if she could help me facilitate the public comment portion of the agenda. Lon, can you start calling on the commenters, please?
Sure, Stephanie. First commenter is Jim Verberg, and next up we have Kathleen Kilpatrick, followed by Richard Groh. Jim, you are unmuted.
Yeah, thank you, Jim Verberg, representing WISPA again. Yeah, thanks to the UC Irvine team for the presentation and the work. I just have a quick question, no comments at this point, but going back to your slide, Michael, on the health benefits, we've heard some questions earlier in the presentation, you know, on the cost side of whether it's cumulative or a snapshot. Can you tell me a little bit more about your health benefits? Is that a cumulative? Is it a snapshot? Is it annualized? How did you calculate those?
Yeah, so that's a snapshot, and that is only for 2 months in 2045. It's just for the month of July, just for the month of January in 2045.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Kathleen. You are unmuted.
Thank you. Kathleen Kilpatrick. I am aligned with Safe Ag, Safe Schools, the Campaign for Organic and Regenerative Agriculture, a small local group in Watsonville where I live, and I also do some work with CPR. And I, after the long wait, I have to admit, I see the earnest effort behind the presentation on air quality and all that, but I was very disappointed with this as being the scoping plan's modeling for health. The information on health benefits was very limited to just ozone and PM 2.5s, and then social costs were just put out there without any information on what the components were and what assumptions were used. All that was unstated. Now, my focus is on agriculture, as you could tell from my organizations, and I noted in the first section that agriculture is identified as bearing significant costs under the scoping plan, and in actually, I think most of the scenarios, it had the major component of the costs. But I didn't hear the demonstration of why that would be. It's been a long-standing concern of both myself and other people who work in both healthcare and pesticide and transformative approach to our agricultural system, that the social costs of our agricultural practice have not been correctly quantified. There's a short on acute effects. There's some focus on direct costs to the healthcare system, but there is very little attention paid to long-term health costs and costs beyond those from ozone and PM 2.5 exposure. just for the example of pesticides, which we've been struggling to get included more explicitly in the scoping plan, pesticide exposure will increase with the changes in the climate that could increase pest pressures and the spread of invasive species and all that. And more pesticides means more cancers, more respiratory illness, more neurological and developmental disorders, and that increased healthcare costs, educational costs. It results in lost employment and workforce productivity. And the benefits are far beyond reduced hospitalizations and ER visits. There are many benefits to changing the way we do agriculture and reducing our chemical exposures, especially to rural agricultural communities, but it spreads throughout California. I really don't understand why this section has such limited ranges of assumptions, and how we could correctly model both the costs and the benefits of the way we do agriculture as part of the scoping plan, especially since it's been presented as a major loser economically. We're not talking about the way farming is done on large scale. We're talking about how can we improve food access, food quality, nutrition, the health of our workforce, and having California, as stated in the beginning, as a model for the country and for the world, and how we could be truly greening our landscape, not just by stashing carbon somewhere industrially, but by improving the quality of our environment overall. There are direct impacts on planting more trees, for example, and covering more of our earth with greenery. That has a cooling impact even on urban areas. And you know, here we are, we have this model that California is designing its system to feed the world, and we can't even feed California. People are going hungry here and are nutritionally impacted by the way our food is grown and distributed. It's cheaper to eat at McDonald's than it is to prepare a healthy meal. And all this needs to be factored in to how we look at what we want to change when we do this scoping. You're missing a big piece here.
So this is Rajender at the Air Resources Board. I can take that question. And I think this goes back to, again, what is the purpose of the scoping plan? And there are statutes that lay out what we should look at, what priority we give to emission sources, and the tie to greenhouse gases. So we've had multiple presentations where we've talked about the scope in AB 32, multiple presentations about how we will include some language related to pesticides in the scoping plan. So you will expect and should expect to see some language around that. And in fact, I think we've been working with DPR, the Department of Pesticide Regulation, and the California Department of Food and Agriculture and Natural Resources Agency with some of the advocates on what to include on that piece. And you'll hear more about it in the natural working land section later today. But in terms of the health benefits, what we have here is information that is reflecting the well-researched and well-supported economic impacts of some of the pollution that happens that can be addressed through acting on climate, and that includes reducing combustion of fossil fuels. And so for us, the way that we're quantifying this is what literature is out there, what's the best information that is supported by science in terms of what can we put in as an economic cost into the full suite of costs and benefits on that ledger sheet that we're pulling together. Just like we did in every other scoping plan, and especially in the last scoping plan, we are going to highlight the limitations of what we don't know about public health. So not only do we have this quantified piece that Mike and his team put out there, we will actually have a broader discussion about public health. What does it look like for public health and the quality of life if we don't make any changes? And what does it look like if we do make changes? And those will not be quantified. It would be a qualified discussion, but also referencing well-researched, well-supported scientific information and papers that we have available to us. So that will be part of that discussion. When it comes to the social cost of carbon, we know it's not a complete assessment of all the impacts of climate change. That has been well understood for a very long time. But again, that number itself is a global value that is informed by global models, which also reflects the science and research on what we can tie back to direct impacts resulting from climate change. And those are 1 degree of heating, what does it look like, or one ton of emissions, what does it look like in terms of heating, what does it look like in terms of agricultural cost to infrastructure, cost to heating and other pieces. But it's incomplete because it doesn't capture things like increased ozone days because you have relatively high heating for days on end because you have a changed climate, changed weather system. It doesn't capture any of the nuances of air quality in the valley where there's heavy agricultural PM sources versus maybe a region up in Northern California that doesn't have as much of the terrain that traps those pollutants in the valley for days on end. So we know these things and those will be discussed there. But what it does do with the scientifically based information that we have, it allows us to compare across the scenarios that we are considering. And part of AB 197 was not only to try and ascertain what the benefits would be of taking action on climate, what the avoided damages were, but also be able to do a apples to apples comparison across the scenarios. And by using well-researched tools and data, we are able to do that while acknowledging that it doesn't capture everything. We know it doesn't capture everything, and we've always been clear about that. So your point is really well taken. And as more research comes out and more data is available, we're going to continue to add that. And in fact, our research division is holding workshops about more endpoints and more health impacts that have been supported by research data that we will incorporate into this scoping plan and that we will incorporate into our rules and regulations and policies moving forward. So those are very valid points, but I think it really goes back to what is the purpose of the scoping plan, and it doesn't get into the level of detail on any one sector or any one policy. I think to the extent that you were referencing in terms of the specific health impacts and quality of life impacts that can happen in a certain specific sector with certain actions. Thanks.
Thank you, Kathleen and Rajinder. Next, we have Richard Grow. Richard, you are unmuted.
Hello, this is Richard Grow, US EPA, retired a couple of years ago. My question or my comment actually goes to the Air Board, but actually I want to thank Michael McKinnon and UCI for the presentation. Of course, it didn't go as far as some folks hope, but I really appreciate you were very accurate and well-spoken and the terminology was right on the mark. My comment goes to one of the caveats, and this issue has been raised before, and it goes to the assumption of uniform or proportional controls across the state. And I appreciate, again, you're very forthright in that. The issue is whether more detail is actually needed or required. And Rajinder, you've been pretty clear as far as what CARB will and won't do. I think my question goes to, well, the implication is it seems to me CARB is going to have to somehow or another justify or at least rationalize all of the foregone health benefits by not going with option 1. Maybe there's all sorts of reasons to do that. This PowerPoint actually doesn't go there, but somewhere there's going to need to be sort of an objective evaluation there. And it goes to a question I raised in one of the EJAC meetings a few weeks ago having to do with CEQA, meaning CEQA requires real consideration of alternatives, and there has been some consideration here. But there's an expression that even CARB acknowledged in their 2017, I want to say CEQA document, but they called it a functional equivalent document. And it goes to the need to consider reasonably foreseeable compliance responses. I love that expression because it goes to the fact that, you know, CARB knows, we all know, there will not be a uniform response. OEHA's documented that in their report a couple of months ago, Emmanuel Pastor and others. We know, for instance, that the refineries are basically just ignoring the cap and trade program. In fact, are by and large increasing the number of emissions here. So the practical thing goes to, my question for CARB is, I framed it a couple of weeks ago as to whether you will do a CEQA or a CEQA equivalent analysis going into a more granular level of detail here. And will it consider reasonably foreseeable compliance responses that we now have a lot more information on? And obviously, from previous comments, you know, that I think that also needs to be applied to the cap and trade options and some of the recommendations for fixes on that. But if you could respond at least today, or it's 3 weeks since I asked the question, I've been told by CARB staff an answer is coming soon. What is your, how do you foresee the CEQA analysis or CEQA analysis, CEQA equivalent thing? And will that be in place for the board prior to the board acting on the scoping plan? I hope it would be.
Yes, we will be doing a CEQA analysis of the scoping plan. We will be following all of the regulatory requirements and statutory requirements of what it needs to represent and the analyses that it needs to include. I know that our CEQA attorneys are leading that effort, closely coordinating with the technical staff, and that document will be released alongside the draft scoping plan in early May with a formal CEQA comment period before the board hearing in June. So that is forthcoming.
Thank you. Next commenter, we have Ari Eisenstadt. Ari, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Ari Eisenstadt. I'm with California Environmental Justice Alliance, and I just have a quick question. And firstly, it's really helpful to see some of the impacts on health laid out and quantified also on a local, regional level. But I'm curious because all of your summation slides show 2045 snapshots, and recognizing the limitations of the available data and the sort of lack of, you know, high resolution data that you've got, do you have any results whatsoever for what the impacts might look like in 2035? And if so, would it be possible to run that and share it publicly?
So Mike, maybe I can take this one and then I can start and then you can pick it up. Certainly we could rerun everything for 2035. We'll have to go back and see if we have time on the contract and with all of the other work that we're trying to wrap up here with the appendices to do that. So we can go back and check on that. But the reason we chose 2045 is because that would allow for a apples to apples comparison in that year, which was the furthest year where you're achieving carbon neutrality. It's the first year in which we would be pushing to get to the most reductions in combustion emissions across all four of the scenarios. And I think it's fair to say that, and intuitively it would be correct, that the more you push out combustion, the sooner you do it, the more health benefits you're going to see. That is intuitive, that makes sense. And so we can go back and look at this. I think the challenge will remain that in statutes, we are required to balance a series of factors. And so as staff proposed the scenario, we had discussions with some of the agency counterparts and some of the folks over at the Capitol, and we, as the staff, said we think this is the scenario that balances all of the factors that we are required to respond to as part of the statutory requirements. And this goes in front of the board. The board will have an opportunity to hear comments. They will get the chance to have discussion, and then I'm sure that you know, we will hear from, maybe get letters from our legislative members or hear additional direction from the governor himself. But there is an opportunity to refine the scenario or to reflect different pieces of a final scoping plan. Right now, this is the staff proposed scenario based on what we as the staff thought would be the best balance for all of the statutory requirements.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay. We have Steph. Sorry, Steph.
Oh, hi there. It looks like 2 other folks might have just raised their hands.
Correct.
Okay.
We have Ray Leon. You are unmuted.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I wasn't prepared to ask the question earlier, but just realized I stepped out for a bit and I don't remember hearing the numbers on health impacts, the costs to low-income families, farm worker families, families in general in California in regards to air pollution, environmental degradation, because I know numbers do exist. A report came out from CSU Fullerton at least a decade ago. It's been a while. I think the researcher was Jane Hall, and it identified the cost of air pollution in the region of the San Joaquin Valley in regards to crop loss, health care costs, and loss of school days due to bad air, loss of work days, and so on and so forth. So I don't recall hearing a solid number in terms of what that would be in the next 20 something years and how that factors in to this whole economic calculation, because you know, what's been the problem is that environmental justice communities, farm worker communities, are always the ones that get the brunt of the impact, and it's going to get worse. And so how are we taking into account those costs? Personally, I think the option one would be the best, because what I've seen, what I've noticed, what I've experienced is that there's always changes in the plan. I'd prefer to be challenged with something strong, and then we modify as we go along if need be. But my main concern is just the health impacts and the costs that usually polluters don't pay and the people get stuck with in all of this analysis. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And I think this goes to some additional work that we're doing at ARB. For example, I think the point here is that even if you have global warming, not every population is going to experience the same kind of impacts equally. Communities that are already underserved and overly burdened by air pollution are going to experience different impacts or more exacerbated impacts than communities that are not in that situation, or disadvantaged communities in the CalEnviro's green tool. And so what we have is this other effort going on with Rhodium and UC Santa Barbara, which we talked about at the workshop on the 15th. It's the climate vulnerability metric, which is to try and understand at the census level throughout the state of California, which communities are at the most risk from climate change impacts, and which communities are then also already experiencing health burdens and air pollution burdens. And so when we think about building resiliency, where should we focus those efforts? Well, it will clearly show that communities that are at higher risk of heat days and heat-related impacts, because we have research that shows climate change will exacerbate those kinds of activities, that those communities that are already overly burdened should be made more resilient by helping to be ready for those kinds of impacts. And so that is another piece that we're working on. It will not be ready until the final scoping plan, and it is part of an effort by UC Santa Barbara and by Rhodium to help support work at the national level on the social cost of carbon. Because again, that social cost of carbon number doesn't capture everything. We know that not everyone feels climate impacts and associated impacts with climate the same. And so we are trying to figure out on a more granular level, what does that look like for California communities? So that is forthcoming.
Thank you. And next we have Claire Broom. Claire.
Hi, I'm just trying to understand better the rationale for selecting alternative 3, and specifically the problem with alternative 1 appears to be costs, but in fact, we've acknowledged during this discussion that the magnitude of health impacts is focused on ones that we have good quantitation for, but that sort of means they're a minimal estimate of the benefits of scenario 1. Secondly, that there's a lot of uncertainty around the magnitude of the social cost of carbon, and that's likely going up as well. And both of those will make the 2035 targets better from an economic standpoint in terms of even greater benefits to acting rapidly. I hear a lot of the rationale that was mentioned relate to the need for technology development and lag times in implementation. But even though alternative one would be a challenge, I don't think there's any logistic issues why it couldn't be accomplished. So in terms of feasibility, I would think alternative one, while a stretch, is doable. And my final point is, as we've seen over and over, when it's, 2045, way in the future, that's a permission for delay. And I think given the flashing signals that we're getting, I would like to see the scoping plan reflect the true urgency of the situation and the feasibility of what we could do now and prioritize health and climate benefits. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment. And I think this goes back to some of the slides that Stephanie presented. When you look at both alternatives 1 and 2 in the 2035 timeframe, the amount of build out of clean energy transmission distribution, the amount of switching out of existing combustion technologies is daunting. I wouldn't even say it's a stretch. It's unprecedented and it's off the scales when you think about the historical rates. And there's nothing to indicate that we are going to be able to do that in a way and fund all of that infrastructure growth, energy growth, that is not going to be passed on to consumers in the state, all consumers in a state. And we can do it in a way that thoughtfully helps to bring everyone together and pulls them along in the same direction and makes the case to everyone about giving up their combustion vehicles in the next 15 years. I think when you start to think about the permitting and you start to think about the costs for actually building out that infrastructure, you're adding additional huge uncertainty on whether or not we can actually pull that off. I have not seen a study by an industrialized region that is the size of California, the 5th world's largest economy, that has a plausible demonstrated path to get to carbon neutrality by 2035. If there is one that goes into this much detail and they're able to show how they're making progress, we certainly want to see it. So when it comes to alternative 1 versus alternative 3 with the one that staff is proposing, it really comes back to more than the cost. It's, can this really happen in the real world? Have we had the ability to actually move things along quickly? Even the things that we like, we want more renewable power. We are delaying renewable power projects because people don't want to see those outside their window. People don't want to have transmission towers cutting across their views. And even the good things aren't getting deployed at the rate that we need them to happen. And so it's daunting. It's a huge challenge. So from all of the information that we were looking at, the conversations that we've had with stakeholders and the conversations and literature reviews we've had with third-party experts, some of whom have actually presented at our workshops, 2035 looks like it would be difficult to actually achieve in reality, even though on paper, intuitively, it makes sense. The faster you phase out of combustion, you absolutely get huge health benefits and climate benefits. We all know that. And looking back at the statutes, we have multiple statutes that speak to balancing things like technologically feasible. We have statutes related to decarbonizing the electricity sector. Now we have statutes related to cement. And so what we did was we thought about, okay, what's aggressive to be before or close to 2045? What does that look like? And even when you look at alternatives 3 and 4 for 2045, those are very aggressive. The build out rates, the rate of solar that needs to come on, the rate of renewable hydrogen that needs to come on, those are daunting themselves. But the longer time frame gives us more time to actually build that infrastructure, build those energy sources, get them online, and then wait until the end of life of some of the equipment that's in use today before rotating it out with the non-combustion equipment. So it isn't just about cost, it's looking at the feasibility. And 1 and 2, that 2035 timeframe, given the delays that we're seeing on even the projects that we think we want to see happen in the state of California, do not seem as feasible compared to 3 and 4. And we will be putting out in the draft scoping plan a comparison of all of the alternatives against the proposed scenario that staff has highlighted here today.
Thank you. Our next commenters are Christelle Ritesso, Jan Dietrich. I'm going to unmute Christelle right now.
Thank you. I'll keep this short. I spoke earlier. I'm with the Bay Area Clean Air Coalition. I'd like to thank Michael McKinnon for his information. Being in the Bay Area, I know that July and January are some of the worst months, and it was interesting to see that highlighted. I'd like to talk about Alternative 1, which I still support, and Sierra Club urges people to support as well. The health benefits are very high compared to the other alternatives, as we saw, and the future climate savings are very high. The costs and job losses are still quite low, as we saw, as the last speaker talked about. Rhodium gave us presentations on costs, and we see that it's not really so much a cost issue. And I would also like to recommend we look for something between alternative 1 and 2 before we jump to something like 2 or 3. Just to kind of, I know that this is unprecedented, the logistics are unprecedented. We're also facing a super unprecedented situation. And so this idea that people don't want renewables or electric grids the way that they need to be done, I do understand that to a certain extent, but I'll be here on my end spreading awareness. And I hope everybody else can who's listening, spread as much awareness about the urgency. There are also things like quality of life, being able to go outside, being able to exercise outside for children, adults, everybody. And the end game of, or looking at resiliency, yes, that's something that will be important, but it's not as important as what we can do right now. And yes, we do need to look at resiliency as well, but yeah, and that's all I have to say, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Jan Dietrich. You are unmuted.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jan Dietrich in Ventura County with the Dietrich Institute for Applied Insect Ecology. Most of my focus is about the natural and working lands, and I really appreciate the eloquent expressions from Marta Agudelo about the whole framework for looking at climate preparedness and food security. And also the last commenters, Claire Broom, and the rationale for, we must be as aggressive as possible. That's the nature of this urgent, catastrophic trend that we're on. And the response the reason I'm commenting is when you responded to Marta about just, using the best sound science that's available, my work in promoting alternatives to pesticides has been for 50 years. And the investment in the true science, I mean, the real, what happens in the natural world is not funded. It's suppressed by vested interests in all polluting industries. And so when you limit your knowledge bases to the conventional framework of peer-reviewed, controlled, et cetera, type of quote science unquote, you're really limiting probably the majority of the wisdom of the world, that it resides with practitioners solving problems that don't have vested interest. And so that's going to hold us back. It's held us back for decades, and it's going to keep holding us back. and it applies to pesticides and the role of pesticides in soil health. It applies to every aspect of soil health, where there are practitioners that you can see observably doing amazing things that need to be given some credence, at least, that go far beyond what the quote unquote scientific literature allows you to deduce from. So I don't know if there's any, I know this is like out there, you know, on the fringe to say what you should consider, what we should all consider to be science and not science, but from the perspective of fighting toxic pollution for 50 years, I'm telling you, that is, you're in an echo chamber in a box with scientists that are paid by the pesticide industry. So that's what I have to say.
No, and I appreciate those comments. Thank you. And nobody is disputing the fact that there are dangerous pesticides and chemicals that can lead to bad impacts to public health and safety. That's not what we're disputing here. What we're really talking about is an AB 32 scoping plan, which is focused on reducing the greenhouse gases in the state, and what that ties to pesticides, and what are the greenhouse gases there, and how do they fit into the broader inventory of greenhouse gases that we are mandated to address as part of the scoping plan. But because this has been something that has been brought up multiple times, we are going to be looking at pesticides in the context of actions on natural working lands to make soils healthier and to make the agricultural side more resilient and more sustainable when we think about climate change writ large. So there is no dispute that there are harmful chemicals out there and that there can be adverse impacts to public safety or health. What we're really talking about here is the scoping plan the right place to take all of that on when in statute it serves a very different purpose? So that's all.
Thank you. Next, we have Kevin Hamilton. Kevin. Kevin, you're unmuted. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry.
Hi.
Button shrunk up there at the top again. Disappeared for a minute. Hi, this is Kevin Hamilton, Director of Central California Asthma Collaborative and member of the EJAC. So I think of the scoping plan as a visionary document of what it is we want to be and what we want to do, and essentially a roadmap that directs us on how to get there. While I respect the knowledge of everyone in the agency who's feeding information into this plan and the position that the feasibility of us completing many of these tasks, this technology build out and change out by a certain date, 2035 or 2045, is likely unfeasible. I suppose it depends on how you look at feasibility. I think we've been proven time and time again that with strong regulation and good incentives behind it and good planning, things which industry has especially said cannot be done have gotten done, and without creating the havoc and damage that often some of these industries claim will happen if we do that. And I think there's plenty of evidence over the last 30 years of that approach, of the planning or the regulatory folks moving forward with something that's new and innovative, and an industry claiming it's going to destroy or the economy of that industry, and yet those industries, and I'd be happy to name some examples off, are thriving, and in fact post numbers every year higher than the numbers prior to that. And so the fact, the idea that they won't rise to the occasion if there's appropriate incentive to do so, I think is not accurate. And And in fact, it's the job of the scoping plan to challenge us to rise to that occasion, and maybe to seem a little unreasonable in some of its expectations, say in alternative 1 and 2. But, you know, it's the health of the planet and the world we're talking about. California is leading, whether we want to say that we are or not. In fact, we are considered a leader in this conversation. We could lose that easily by simply not leading. So leaders take chances. They do innovative things, they do creative things, and they push timelines to places where people squeak and say that, you know, no, we can never do that. But yet they find a way to do it anyway. Successful companies do that. Unsuccessful ones fade away. And we've seen some big ones fall by the wayside for losing sight of that maxim. So I think within the scoping plan is the place for us to think big, to push the envelope, and to say, this is how we're going to do it because it's the right way to do it. If we can do this without mechanical carbon capture, and it's a little riskier, it may not happen in the timeline we think it is because of what we know now. I don't know about you, but what we know now changes for me sometimes day to day, certainly month to month. So, and it's not like the whole world isn't working on it. So I think to limit the scoping plan in some way, shape, or form from putting forward the most aggressive alternative is a mistake. And so I'll look forward to the side-by-side analyses of the existing alternative. Rajinder, you always do a great job with those, so I'm really looking forward to the detail in those. I think we had this discussion in 2017, and the option the EJAC chose then probably was, I still think, a better option, but and time has shown that the one we chose then is not getting us where we need to go. So here we are again, and we're starting essentially, it feels like, from scratch. So anyway, I look forward to seeing what the draft looks like and making our comments then. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Really appreciate your comments here.
Thank you. Stephanie, I'm passing this back to you. We have no more commenters.
Okay, thanks, Lon. So natural working lands is coming up next, but we'd like to take a brief 5-minute break. We could do that and return at looks like 1:55, and then we'll kick off natural and working lands. Okay, hello again and welcome back from break. So now I'm going to turn the agenda over to Matt Botel. He's the Chief of the Industrial Strategies Division to introduce the natural and working lands portion of today's agenda. Matt?
Thank you, Steph, and thanks everybody for hanging on today through the first portion of the workshop and through the technical glitches. And happy to say that we're getting very close to being back on track on time. And I'm also proud today to be able to introduce the additional analyses we've been doing for natural and working lands. And so, we touched on this a little bit in the previous session. There are a number of very important benefits that come from natural working lands, from actions on natural and working lands, including the ability for those lands to provide water and air quality benefits, biodiversity, food and fiber and energy production, recreational opportunities, and others. And we value those lands for those many benefits that they provide and the fact that they're living ecosystems. But we also wanted to, as part of the scoping plan, as part of our marching towards our path to marching towards carbon neutrality, reflect what the carbon sequestration and the emissions could be from natural and working lands. And so really, for the first time, as part of the scoping plan, we've worked to do a comprehensive analysis on natural working lands from a carbon and a carbon cycling perspective. And then we also worked over the last few months to assess some of the health benefits and the economic impacts of various land management strategies. I'm going to just start by saying that this is by no means comprehensive. There are so many benefits that natural working lands provide that it would be logistically and somewhat impossible to characterize all of those benefits. But what we did do was look at what we had the tools to do today. And so I'm going to hand it over to Alex. He's going to do a very quick run through of some of the GHG modeling that we presented about a month ago. And then we'll also hand it off to Dr. Adam Moreno and John Blanchett, who are going to talk about the health and econ analyses that we've also been able to conduct. So with that, Alex, go ahead and take it away.
Great. Thank you, Matt. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so first I would like to open with the agenda for this presentation. We will open with a review of our scenarios and our previously presented carbon results. Then we will present new information on emissions, health impacts, the implementation costs of the scenarios, and the economic impacts of these scenarios. And then we will finish with the comments from our Environmental Justice Advisory Committee and public comments. So I'll give a second for the slides to catch up. Let's make sure we have this slide ready to go. Okay, perfect. So as a quick reminder, here's the suite of models that we are using for each natural and working land type. Each land type is unique and requires special consideration, and we've invested a lot of time into developing these models to be able to explore the future of these lands. Next slide. So CARB modeled these 4 scenarios plus an additional business as usual scenario for all our natural and working land types. Under alternative 1, the objective was to maximize short-term carbon stocks. For forests, shrublands, and grasslands, this means no management at all to retain carbon stocks in the short term. For croplands, wetlands, urban forests, defensible space, and deserts, this means the maximum amount of climate beneficial management practices were implemented to increase carbon stocks. Alternative 2 relied on current commitments and plans, such as the 1 million acre strategy for forests, shrublands, and grasslands, and existing planned wetland restoration. For those land types that did not have existing state commitments, we scaled acreages to complement the other alternatives. Alternative 3 strived to balance ambitious levels of action among all the land types to increase restoration and climate resilience. Practices were increased on forests, shrublands, grasslands, and wetlands, and were decreased in other land types. Alternative 4 was focused primarily on forest wildfire fuels reduction efforts with an aggressive level of forest, shrubland, and grassland management and defensible space establishment to reduce fire risk. Other land types had reduced levels of practices compared to other alternatives, but were still greater than the BAU acreages. Next slide. To provide context for our modeling results, I want to discuss some recent research that looks into historic biomass levels compared to today's biomass levels. Bernal et al. And Knight et al. Found that forests throughout California have much lower tree densities and biomass stocking in the past. And in fact, today's biomass levels are the highest it's been in the last 3,500 years in some locations. This is in line with a multitude of papers that we have reviewed for our literature synthesis, which reaffirms the need to assess the stability of our carbon stocks in our forests today. It looks like the quote got cut off on our slide. The first quote there should say, historical forest conditions were generally characterized by low tree density, low live basal area, and low biomass. Using past forest conditions provides valuable insight into forest conditions that were aligned with the ecological processes at the time, including climate and human and natural caused fires. These ecological processes molded the forest conditions over thousands of years and represent forests that are resilient and in tune with their climate. Research indicates that our current high amount of biomass on the landscape is primarily caused by over 100 years of fire exclusion on the landscape. In looking at our forests today and into the future, historic biomass levels would suggest that in the face of climate change and continued wildfires, lower carbon stocks should be expected. These studies suggest significantly lower carbon stocks before Euro-American westward expansion than we have today, and they suggest a reduction of the ability of our landscapes to hold carbon. For example, in the Sierras and Southern Cascades, this could mean a 75% reduction compared to current biomass stocks. Further data from NASA's MODIS sensor, which measures all vegetative productivity globally every week, estimates that California has been losing plant productivity since 2001. This combination of historically high biomass in our forested ecosystems and the fact that all natural working lands have been losing productivity since at least 2001 indicate that our ecosystems may not have the capacity for increased sustainable future sequestration, and in fact indicate that our current level of biomass and thus carbon stock is unsustainable. Next slide. And that is in fact what we estimated independently through our own modeling. Here are the results of our modeling analysis across all natural working land types, shown as the carbon stock change from 2001 levels. Negative values indicate a decrease in carbon stocks. Forests make up the majority of the carbon stocks in the state. So while other land types have increasing or decreasing carbon stocks, the overall statewide trends are largely driven by forest carbon stock changes. The colored lines represent the different scenarios. The gray area represents the range of projected carbon stocks that other independent research modeled. The black line is the average of these independent modeling results. The yellow line is our current natural working lands inventory. Our modeling results are generally aligned with the existing research. Both show a gradual decline in carbon stocks into mid-century as a result of the effects of climate change and the management strategies that are included in our scenarios. The effect of decreasing plant productivity in the future was captured in our modeling as well. Under all scenarios, even alternative 1 with no forest management, we expect to lose carbon stocks in the future. In looking at the research on the previous slide and this range in gray here, we can say that our estimate of carbon loss is slightly conservative. Next slide. Here's the same data as the previous slide, presented in terms of absolute carbon stocks. Our scenarios assume the management strategies are implemented beginning in 2025. As you can see, the scenarios differ in their effects on carbon stocks. Even with the drastically differing amounts of management strategies implemented in the scenarios, this shows carbon stocks are within 3% of each other for all scenarios. Under alternative 1, which includes no forest management, we are expected to still lose carbon. This tells us that we can achieve many of our objectives on natural working lands without significantly reducing our future carbon stocks, such as increasing forest management actions and utilizing the forest biomass instead of allowing it to be lost to wildfire. Carbon stocks only show one part of the picture. As we've emphasized in the past, CARB is looking at some of the co-benefits and impacts from these scenarios, and the information we present in a few slides will go over the results of those analyses. Next slide. So putting our natural working land modeling in the frame of achieving carbon neutrality by no later than 2045 requires us to think about annual emissions and sequestration rates, and not just carbon stocks. Here is the slide we showed last month at the GHG modeling workshop and for our board as part of the March board hearing. The graph on the slide shows the 5-year moving average of CO2e sequestration or emissions at different times, 2035 and 2045 by land type. So for example, the 2035 numbers are the average CO2e either sequestered or emitted from 2030 to 2035. You can see that our modeling estimates that in 2035, the carbon stocks modeled on our natural working lands may be a net source of emissions. However, in 2045, natural working lands have the potential to be a net sink. And if you look back on the line graphs I just showed, different time slices will result in different emissions or sequestration rates. This is caused by many factors, but primarily because climate goes through periodic oscillations, such as El Nino, La Nina events, and these oscillations will result in better growing conditions and fewer fires in some years than others. Next slide. So if we average the emissions and sequestration from natural working lands over a longer time period, we can see the overall trajectories for lands more consistent with the longer time scales that natural working lands operate on. This graph shows the longer term 20-year average of CO2e sequestration or emissions from 2025 to 2045 by land type. You can see that our modeling estimates that through 2045, on average, natural working lands will be an annual net source of emissions in all of our scenarios. Averaged over 20 years, all scenarios are estimated to be a net source of emissions. Our modeling estimates project emissions ranging from 4 to 13 million metric tons CO2e annually from natural working lands. This trend is primarily dominated by forests and other natural lands such as shrublands and grasslands. Next slide. To finish our recap of our previously presented results, here are a few key takeaways. Forests, shrublands, and grasslands dominate California's natural working land contribution to carbon neutrality. Our current forested biomass on the landscape is at historic highs. The current trend from independent observations is that California's natural working lands are losing productivity. Natural working lands are projected to be a net source of emissions from 2025 to 2045. Increasing actions on other lands can improve carbon storage and reduce emissions from this sector. Expanding deployment of urban tree canopy, wetland restoration, healthy soils practices, and organic farming deliver carbon sequestration and reduced emissions. Natural variability exists. The ability for natural working lands to contribute to carbon neutrality is dependent on future climate change and varies from year to year. Okay, so that concludes the review of our scenarios and the GHG results of our modeling. I'll now hand it over to Dr. Adam Moreno, who will present the results from our wildfire emissions and health analysis.
Thanks, Alex. Okay, so now we're going to discuss the fire emissions outcomes of our forests, shrublands, and grasslands modeling. In addition to the carbon stock modeling, we also developed estimates of future projected emissions from modeled wildfires that occurred within the RESIS model for forests, shrublands, and grasslands. Our objective was to develop statewide estimates of PM2.5 because PM2.5 is a harmful emissions species to human health. And how we did this modeling is relatively simple, especially compared to the fossil fuel side. So RESIS simulates the amount of biomass that gets burned on a yearly basis for each of our scenarios. We then multiply the fire inventory from NCAR or FIN wildfire emission factors with our biomass consumption estimates, and that results in emissions speciation. FIN emissions factors are used to estimate large-scale emissions from satellites and are land type specific. So that is to say that we utilize a different emissions factor for forests versus shrubs versus grasses. And this is a nice way to get a general sense of the trajectory of emissions, though just as with any modeling, limitations apply. So for example, we are only assessing wildfire here and not any other natural and working land impacts on public health. And in terms of wildfires, we are only assessing the effects of emissions on public health and not the impact of the fire itself. And various other complexities are not included here. So for example, emission speciation doesn't change depending on the combustion efficiency, for example. Next slide. Shown here are the statewide annual PM2.5 emissions associated with wildfires specifically from 2006 to 2049. You can see here that just as we see in real life, a lot of interannual variability exists from year to year with a mix of high and low fire emissions years. This variability is driven by climate and is somewhat random, demonstrating that looking at the emissions from individual years does not represent what is really going on in a particular scenario. Additionally, you can see that the emissions for the future scenarios are noisy between scenarios, and it's unclear which scenario has more or less emissions, again demonstrating that in natural and working lands, we have to assess longer time periods. Finally, we can generally see that future emissions are not projected to dramatically increase, and in fact may decrease. This is caused by two driving factors. So in terms of fuel loads, which are what actually burns and produces emissions, wildfires themselves remove these fuels through combustion. So we can think of wildfires in this aspect, in and of themselves, as fuel reduction treatments. And fuels can take decades and even centuries to accumulate. So once the large pools of fuels, such as that you find in the duff layer, which is essentially the forest floor, or large logs on the ground have burned, they're not there anymore to contribute to future emissions. Second, with climate change, growing conditions are diminishing. So after a fire has burned an area, the fuels are not growing back as fast as they have in the past. Therefore, the large fires that happen early on in the modeling remove a lot of the accumulated fuels that contribute to emissions. And once those fuels are gone, they're not quickly replaced anymore. This overall decrease, however, indicates that a lot of high severity fires are projected to occur that will result in a lot of landscapes becoming highly degraded. And so this indicates that we need aggressive climate action to reduce fuels on the landscape so that we can avoid the worst ecological and social outcomes of unmitigated wildfire. Further, even though in the long run emissions decrease in our modeling, between now and then, we need climate action to improve public health and safety from catastrophic wildfire. Next slide. This graph demonstrates the impact that climate action in forests, shrublands, and grasslands can have to reduce statewide annual emissions. Here, the bars show the average annual statewide wildfire emissions from 2025, when we begin climate action in the scenarios, to 2045, our target year. We can see that in scenario 1, where we stop all management in forests, shrublands, and grasslands, this results in the highest annual PM2.5 emissions, and the level of emissions goes down with increasing management. Also displayed is the percent difference in PM2.5 emissions in each scenario compared to the business as usual scenario. As you can see, even though the overall carbon stocks are not that different between the scenarios, as Alex showed earlier, utilizing fuels reduction treatments can have a dramatic impact on wildfire emissions. In our alternative scenarios, we focus on increasing fuel reduction treatments and to a much lesser extent, increasing sustainable harvesting. In this way, carbon stocks are not dramatically affected, but can have a large impact on emissions. This is all to say that by expanding fuels reduction, not large-scale intensive commercial harvesting, California can reduce wildfire emissions without substantially hurting carbon stocks. And this makes sense. If we are going to lose fuels on the ground one way or another, do we want those fuels to go up as smoke and contribute to catastrophic wildfire, or do we want to remove those fuels ourselves and do something else with them, or at the very least burn them in a managed way? So this graph would also indicate, though not part of this analysis, that fewer emissions demonstrate that there could also be less severe and potentially less catastrophic wildfire. Next slide. Now here are a few key observations from the emissions portion of this presentation. Wildfire emissions vary from year to year because of natural variation. Longer term averages are needed to assess the effectiveness of scenarios. Wildfire emissions will always exist in California, no matter what we do. Wildfires are a natural part of California's ecosystems. Modeling indicates with increased fuel reduction treatments, emissions decrease. Compared to BAU, business as usual, wildfire emissions can decrease as much as 22%. And if no management is done from 2025 on, wildfire emissions increase compared to BAU. Next slide. Okay, now we will move on to the public health portion. Once our future projected wildfire emissions assessment was complete, we were then able to assess the health impacts from these emissions. Because a large amount of randomness is associated with where and when wildfires and management actions occur, the inclusion of various future climate scenarios and the aspatial nature of our projection modeling, wildfire emissions projections do not lend themselves to the very detailed dispersion modeling similar to what was done for the fossil fuel side presented earlier. We used instead an approach similar to CARB's incidence per ton methodology, which essentially determines the approximate statewide health endpoints given an emitted ton of PM2.5. To determine the incidence per ton, we used recently developed data from UCLA, which was funded by CARB, that estimated the annual health impact from California's wildfire from 2008 to 2018. And through this work, it is estimated that from 2008 to 2018, wildfire emissions from California-specific wildfires resulted on average in 4,414 deaths annually and cost society over $34 billion per year. They also assessed multiple other health endpoints such as hospitalizations and ER visits due to asthma, and those are also included in our assessment. To derive the incidence per ton, the health endpoints were divided by statewide wildfire PM2.5 emissions from CARB's inventory, and these values were then used to generate an average incidence per ton of PM2.5 for each health endpoint. So once these incidence per ton estimates were developed, we can simply multiply them by our future projected PM2.5 emissions to estimate the health impacts and valuations. Again, no explicit dispersion modeling was done on future scenarios, and this is not spatially explicit. Next slide. Here are the results of our analysis of the future projected health impacts from wildfire emissions. We have presented our results as average annual health impacts from 2025 to 2045. This is because, again, wildfire emissions are very random from year to year, and the average annual emissions are more demonstrative of the impacts that a scenario has on emissions and thus health impacts. Also, here we show the health impact differences as compared to the business as usual scenario. And as you can see, for each of our assessed health endpoints, scenario 1 has the worst outcomes with higher levels of incidence than the business as usual scenario. The other scenarios have decreasing emissions, as I have just presented earlier, and so have correspondingly lower incidence compared to business as usual. At the extreme end, scenario 4, which again is treating 5 million acres of forest, shrubland, and grasslands per year, can result in an average of 492 fewer deaths related to wildfire emissions as compared to if we did nothing, the business as usual scenario. Next slide. Here we are showing the cost differences of the alternative scenarios compared to business as usual associated with the future health-related impacts from wildfire emissions. You can see that compared to business as usual, our alternative scenarios range from an increased cost of nearly $500 million per year to a reduction of nearly $6 billion per year, well, nearly $7 billion a year, I mean, per year on the other end. So this health assessment just focused on the impacts of reducing wildfire emissions alone. And this demonstrates the impact that natural and working lands have on all Californians. It also shows that by just reducing wildfire emissions alone can substantially better the public health of California and save society billions of dollars per year. Wildfire emissions, however, are but just one way in which natural and working lands affect California's public health and our economy. If CARB had the science and the resources to assess the health impacts of all natural and working lands, we are certain that we would show that the aggressive climate action in the other land types would also result in improved public health and economic health impacts. So that is to say that the savings shown here on this slide should be considered a floor and not a ceiling in regards to health and health economic benefits associated with climate action in California. Next slide. So for example, we do not currently have the ability to assess the health impact associated with future statewide climate action in the agricultural sector. However, if we look at the literature, it indicates through agreement that transitioning conventional agriculture to organic or sustainable agriculture, which is but one of our many agricultural climate actions, can reduce exposure to pesticides along with various other health-related variables shown here. However, significant knowledge gaps still exist that prevent us from explicitly quantifying the health benefits of this transition. And this is even more true when specifically looking at sensitive and vulnerable populations. This is primarily due to a lack of studies that actually look at this conventional agriculture and studies focused on California or even the US. And this is just one literature review for but one climate action in our toolkit. So this is to say that quantifying the health impacts from natural and working lands climate actions is a very complex task and requires more research across all land types and actions. But this also demonstrates that significant health benefits from climate action in natural and working lands are not captured in our analysis. So our health analysis should be taken only as a portion of the health benefits that occur through climate action. Next slide. Here are a few key takeaways from our public health assessment. Wildfire emissions have significant impacts on public health. Those public health impacts have substantial economic costs to society. Public health greatly benefits from reduced wildfire emissions through increased fuel reduction. Hundreds of lives can be saved each year through climate action to reduce wildfire emissions. Compared to business as usual, climate action can save up to nearly $7 billion annually in health-related savings associated with wildfire smoke. Reducing treatments on the land has the opposite effect. However, our BAU level of management does not gain substantial health savings over no management. Many additional health benefits exist through climate action and all natural and working land types, and we currently have limited ability to quantify all of the public health benefits from all natural and working lands. Okay, this concludes the emissions and health portion of the presentation, and now I'd like to pass it over to Dr. John Blanchette, who is our economist, to present the economics portion of the presentation.
Great, thanks, Adam. So in this portion of the presentation, I will first present the direct costs associated with each scenario, and then present the results of the economic modeling that we did that estimates the impact that each scenario would have on California's economy as a whole. So first to the cost. So direct costs for each natural and working lands action were estimated on a per acre basis. Costs of each scenario were then calculated from these per acre costs. Costs were assumed to be constant across all of the different scenarios. Or costs per acre, that is, were assumed to be constant across the different scenarios. So costs were estimated to be independent of the policy lever used to implement the action. So in theory, these costs that we're presenting could be borne by a combination of government and private actors. These estimated costs do not include many of the important benefits and externalities of these actions, such as the immense amenity benefits from urban forests. Costs were estimated using the best available academic literature and survey data, as well as cost values from existing subsidy programs. Estimates of direct costs were then used as inputs into a macroeconomic model, namely REMI PI+, to assess the effects of each scenario on employment, income, and gross state product. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the estimated direct annual costs of implementing the 4 different alternative scenarios above the business as usual costs. That is to say, these are costs above what we are already spending. The first thing I would like to point out is the cost of scenario 1 is about $84 billion per year. This is almost entirely the result of the costs of dramatically expanding the urban forest canopy. So in scenario 1, we are trying to reach the theoretical maximum of urban tree cover by 2045, which results in very high urban forestry costs. Urban forests require constant maintenance, racking, watering, trimming, dead tree removal, and stump grinding, which creates high costs. So as a state, if we consider all government and private spending on urban forests, we already spend many billions of dollars per year. And so this particular scenario, which constitutes a 20 times increase in that our annual spending, results in this really large number. Also, it's important to remember that this estimate does not take into account any of the benefits of urban forests. Next slide. So here we see the cost per scenario excluding scenario 1. So scenario 2 also has high urban forest cost, but now this puts this scenario sort of in line with scenarios 2 and 3. Then as you can see, scenario 3 and 4 become dominated by the costs in forests and other natural lands. Annual costs from the other natural and working land sectors are not negligible and are still in the range of tens to hundreds of millions of dollars per year, but they look small in comparison to the costs of urban forests and also the costs in forests, shrublands, and grasslands, which would constitute billions of dollars per year. Next slide. So now on to the macroeconomic modeling side. So once the costs of implementation were quantified, we wanted to assess the impact that this spending would have on California's economy, the employment and disposable income. For this analysis, we use REMI-PI+. REMI-PI+ is a structural economic forecasting and policy analysis model. At its core, REMI is an input-output model that represents inter-industry relationships. The REMI model also incorporates computable general equilibrium, econometric, and economic geography methodologies. The REMI model can represent long-term general equilibrium between supply and demand as prices, production, consumption, imports, exports, and other changes occur to stabilize the economic system. The structure of the model consists of 5 major blocks and the relationship between those blocks. Those blocks are output and demand, labor and capital demand, population and labor supply, compensation, prices, and costs, and also market shares. Next slide. So how did we take those costs and implement them in a REMI model? So we used the annual implementation costs that I presented previously as inputs into this REMI-PI+ model to assess the impact of increased economic activity in the targeted sectors. So economic activity in the target sectors is exogenously expanded in the model so that the macroeconomic impacts can be evaluated. Funding for all actions was assumed to come from within the state. So funding for actions was modeled as being sourced from the state government, or in the case of urban forests, a combination of state government and property owners in proportion to the current estimated public-private spending ratio. And no funds in this model were sourced from increased taxes. Next slide, please. Here are the economic forecasts for each scenario by the year 2045, represented as a % change in levels relative to a BAU forecast in the year 2045. And again, this is a change in the level of employment and gross state product, and it does not represent a change in the growth rate in these scenarios. So here we are displaying total employment and gross state product. We also evaluated impacts to real disposable income per capita. Again, scenario 1 dominates the graphic, and this is the result of the nearly $84 billion in spending per year on urban forests. There are a few key takeaways here. So besides scenario 1, the scenario is estimated to have a small effect on the $3 trillion macroeconomy of the state, with no more than a 0.03% projected change in GDP in the year 2045. Next slide. So here we can see projections excluding scenario 1. On my cost side slide, you can see that the cost of scenario 2 to 4 range from a little over $3 billion to about $5.5 billion per year. It appears that this level of spending would not significantly impact the state's economy. Scenarios 1 and 2, which channel economic activity towards relatively labor-intensive industries, such as landscaping for urban forests, generally lead to increases in total employment. While scenarios 3 and 4 that channel economic activity towards more capital-intensive jobs, like those in forestry, tend to lead to a decrease in total employment. You can see in general, scenario 3 has the least impact on the state's economy. It's also the cheapest of all the alternative scenarios at a little over $3 billion per year. Next slide. We would also like to take a moment to focus on one sector in particular, namely the forestry sector. This sector would include jobs both in the field and at the mill. The reason we are highlighting this particular sector is because the state currently has a goal of reaching 1 million acres per year, and this is an assessment of the amount of jobs that are required to get all the work done in each of these 4 scenarios. So climate action requires labor and other goods, so we must also look at the feasibility of getting enough people to perform the proposed level of action. In scenario 1, again, we are stopping all forest management, and so this leads to a decrease in employment in the forestry sector. In scenario 2, which is a 1 million acres per year of treatments in forests and other natural and working lands, we estimate that this would require about a 25% increase from our current level of employment in the forestry sector. Scenarios 3 and 4 would lead to a substantial increase in economic activity in the forestry sector relative to BAU. So scenario 3 would lead to a 75% increase in employment in the forestry sector relative to BAU by 2025, while scenario 4 would lead to a 175% increase, or almost a tripling from our current level of employment in forestry. And remember that our modeling assumes that this level of forestry management begins in the year 2025. So scenario 4 represents a very significant and very quick ramp up in forest sector employment. Next slide. So here's a list of key takeaways from our economic analysis. So scenario 1 is an order of magnitude more expensive because of these urban forestry costs. The other scenarios range in cost from about 3.3 billion to 5.5 billion annually. Forests and other natural lands are the most expensive in scenario 3 and 4. And then when we look at California's economy as a whole in the macroeconomic modeling, it's important to keep in mind that in a business as usual scenario, the California workforce is forecast to grow from today's levels through 2045. And the economy is forecasted to grow at 3.3% per year through 2045. All scenarios have a small impact on the California economy in the year 2045. For scenarios 2, 3, and 4, the impact is less than a 0.03% change in the state's gross state product in the year 2045. Alternative 1 shows a positive impact on gross state production and employment due to large reliance on urban forest, which is labor intensive and also results in large declines in personal income. Scenario 3 has the smallest total impact on direct cost, jobs, and gross state product. And finally, to accomplish between 1 and 5 million acres annually, which would be required for scenarios 2, 3, and 4, the forest sector employment needs to increase substantially. Next slide. This is a summary table that brings together the emissions, health, and economic data for each scenario. Here you can see that scenario 1 results in the most wildfire emissions, public health impacts, implementation costs, and labor-intensive job growth. Scenario 2 has the second highest implementation cost and modest health benefits. Scenario 3 has the lowest implementation costs, the second highest health benefits, and a moderate shift in jobs. Finally, scenario 4 has the lowest wildfire emissions, the most health benefits, and a significant shift in jobs to meet the forestry sector's needs. Okay, that's it. That's the end for the Natural and Working Lands presentation. Now I'm going to pass it to Trish, who will coordinate our Environmental Justice Advisory Committee comments. Trish, you can take it away.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Trish from CARB. Good. I have a EJ member now. I'm going to actually, Martha Dina, it shows that your hand is raised, but I don't have any option for your microphone. So I don't think you can speak right now, nor do I have an option to unmute you. So I'm going to ask you on your end to sort of check into that, and we can move to Kevin Hamilton. I have unmuted you. You should be able to unmute. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm good, Trish. Thank you. Sorry I didn't make it in for the EJ comment on the last one, but did get in there. So thank you for that presentation. That was great. I really appreciated the sort of summary at the end that demonstrates that in at least this particular area, the alternatives 1 and 2 are both feasible. Alternative 1 actually grows jobs and improves the economy overall, and creates new jobs that are green, if we want to use that word for it, or in the renewable portfolio, versus the jobs that would be created in scenario 4, which are not all in that category from my understanding. So I think that's remarkable. And urban greening, I don't think anybody argues that this is not a good thing. I think, again, we have investment. Out of that investment comes a natural sequestration of the carbon that is sustainable over the long haul, that takes us out of carbon fuels the most quickly, and has, along, interestingly enough, with scenario 4, the most health benefits. And that was a little confusing that it said the most health benefits in both of those. So if I had one question about your presentation, and especially that summary slide, it would be, you had most health benefits for both alternative 4 and alternative 1, if you could just clarify that for me, but the rest is great. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Yeah, happy to respond to this, and Adam may want to add to it as well. So what we're seeing through the modeling is that the largest health benefits come from scenarios 3 and 4, and that is because those scenarios have the largest decreases in PM 2.5 emissions from wildfires, and that is also a result of the fact that we focused our analysis on wildfire emission reductions. And I will say that was in part a result of a multi-year effort that our research division had undertaken to better understand wildfire emissions, and also at the direction of our board, who asked us very specifically to focus on how we could affect and reduce wildfire emissions. And so 3 and 4 have the greatest health benefits. Alternative 1 actually has a health impact. It has a health cost, and that comes from the fact that in alternative 1, on the forestry side, we stopped fuels reduction treatments, we stopped management, and so you see increases in wildfire emissions as a result. And Adam, feel free to add anything there too.
Yeah, so just keep that slide back up. Maybe I just didn't read it.
Yeah,
able to do that. Apparently I didn't read it correctly.
Sure. Maureen, could you put up 29 real quick?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll take the
Here we go.
blame for this.
Oh,
I think it's
most health impacts. My bad. So I misread.
poor wording. So.
And that's because you feel that with this kind of forest management plan, we will have more wildfires. Is that the idea? And we'll have the obviously with more wildfires, more exposure to wildfire smoke, black carbon, big problem health-wise. Got it.
Yep.
And we have the supporting documentation here we're going to be able to see for that eventually, right?
Yes.
Okay, because that seems like an interesting assumption, but most of them are. Fair enough.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead now and unmute Martha Dina. You should be able to unmute yourself and start your comment.
Kevin's exact question. Why did you assume that there would be no forest management in scenario 1? I'm a little bit confused about that assumption. And so I would like a little more clarity on why that is.
Yeah, Martha, it was a little hard to hear you there, but I think the question was why no forest management in scenario one? And this honestly goes to how we tried to work and structure the scenarios. And one of the ideas behind scenario one was, could we protect and increase carbon stocks on the hopes that that would help increase net sequestration from natural and working lands? And so we made a choice to model scenario one for the forest sector from the perspective of not removing any carbon or any biomass from the forest. And so in scenario one, there was an assumption that we stopped removal of biomass to protect the carbon stocks that currently exist. And as the modeling shows, that in turn has the effect of increasing wildfire emissions as we stop management.
Okay, well, that seems like a very big assumption. And so I'm curious if you could model some of the measures that we have been proposing through the pesticide reductions, increase in organics, raise it to 30%, so that you're actually doing some of that, the good sequestration, where it's being done through natural and working lands, and you're not extending the life of fossil fuel and fossil fuels. So I'm just confused about that, and I guess we'll dig in more, and we'll probably be reaching out to folks who understand the modeling at a deeper level than us. But it seems like a weird choice that sort of is a way of the analysis on the first scenario A. So and that it's an artificial sort of putting your thumb on the scale to reduce its attractiveness.
So we do have results for each of the individual land types. We provided, at least on the greenhouse gas side, we provided that data about a month ago, and we'll be providing more supporting documentation as part of the draft scoping plan. And one of those land types being the cropland sector. And for scenario one, what we modeled in the cropland sector is a significant increase in healthy soils practices based off of what the Department of Food and Ag told us was kind of a technically feasible increase in those healthy soils practices, as well as an increase in organic agriculture to 30% of all acres by 2045. That was a request from many of the pesticide advocates as well, that we modeled the effect of increasing organic agricultural in scenario one. We also increased organic ag across all of the scenarios, just not at that same level. So for scenario two, it's at 25%. For scenario three, it's at 20%, and scenario four, it's at 15%. So we had a scaling of the organic agricultural acres across the scenarios. This is all in our assumptions document that's posted, and also happy to talk through that in more detail as you all kind of think through and provide feedback on the results.
Thank you, Martha Dina. I'm going to go ahead and lower your hand. And I do not see additional hands from EJ Advisory Committee members.
Okay, thank you, Trish. So if I could have Lon help with the public commenters and start calling on them.
Sure, Stephanie. We have a few commenters from the public. Let's start off with Christiana Darlington. Christiana, I am unmuting you. Please unmute yourself and state your comments.
Hi, this is Christiana Darlington with the Placer County Air Pollution Control District, also with the Northern Sonoma County Air Pollution Control District, both of which were strongly encouraged by the report outcomes. We feel that this is consistent with much of the research and work that has been done over the past decade. We're looking forward to seeing the more specific information that supports the conclusions, but it looks very strong right now. We wanted to also urge the team to begin to look at another aspect of this, which is the black carbon concentrations within PM 2.5, and specifically its effect on climate. We think this will only strengthen the position of CARB to support scenario 3 as the more optimal option, and the district is welcome. Any questions you have about discussions on that research, and look forward to working with CARB more. This is really great work. Really appreciate all the facts, and we're looking forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just going to say thank you. And yeah, we plan to release additional information as part of the draft scoping plan, and that will include information on the emissions on an annualized basis so that folks can see that. So thanks.
All right, next up we have Tom Green. Tom, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Tom Green from Rancho Water. I'm trying to understand the basics of this. I didn't quite get what you meant by maximizing short-term carbon stock at 2045. For number 2, balanced mix, is that basically what you're talking about? It says from current plan. So is that basically business as usual, pretty much what we're doing now? Number 3, what do you mean by climate resilience? What kind of actions are done for that? And then, and then it seemed to me from listening to the whole thing that this number 1, maximizing short-term carbon stock, that involved a lot of urban, adding to our urban plants of life, from what I could tell. And if so, recently with these large wildfires we've had a lot of urban areas that have burnt, especially down in San Diego County. And I'm wondering if that was added into the modeling. So.
Yeah, maybe I'll take a quick stab at the questions on the structure of the scenarios, and then Adam may want to jump in terms of differences in fire emissions modeling based off of landscape like those seen in San Diego versus the Northern Sierras. So what we were trying to do is structure the scenarios around common themes, and so for scenario 1, for the croplands and for urban forests and for wetlands and sparsely vegetated lands, these are the landscapes that we modeled in addition to forests and shrublands and grasslands. For those scenarios, we really turned up the climate smart management, and so for urban forests, we, based off of feedback that we received through some of the comment letters and requests that we got from some of our sister agencies, we modeled an alternative 1 with the maximum feasible urban tree canopy increases in California, which represents about a 20-time increase from what our current BAU is. And so in that way, scenario 1, you actually get a fairly significant increase in carbon stocks in the early years as those tree plantings and growth occur, and then they start to level off in 2045. And so this is, kind of an example of what we mean by maximizing short-term carbon stocks. You're really, going all in on things like urban forestry to maximize those early carbon sequestration and carbon stock growth. They start to level out in later years, and this is, information that we put forward in the more detailed GHG modeling results workshop that we had last month. For alternative 2, the idea was to model the existing policies and plans that we had in California to show the impact of those policies and plans. So as Adam mentioned in his presentation, or as Alex, I think, one of those is the state of California and the U.S. Forest Service have a shared stewardship agreements to do 1 million acres annually of forest management by 2025. And so we included that 1 million acre strategy in scenario 2. Our current business as usual for forest management is more around the range of 250 to 300,000 acres annually, and so that's what we used for our BAU. And then scenario 2 reflects ramping up to 1 million acres by 2025, consistent with that U.S. Forest Service California Shared Stewardship Agreement. And then for scenarios 3 and 4, what we focused on was an increase in both the deployment of climate smart practices for ag lands and for urban forests and wetlands at more moderate levels, and then also focus on fuels reduction treatments, given that the expectation is that wildfire intensities, drought, those will increase with climate change going forward, and expecting to see that through additional management in the forest and accelerating that management, you would get additional climate resilience and fuels reduction and wildfire emission reductions. So that's just a little bit more background by way of how we structured the scenarios. The document on the scenarios is online with more detailed descriptions of each of the scenarios and what we considered to including them. And then Adam, if you want to jump in and talk a little bit more about the fire emissions and the differences in the landscapes.
Yeah, sure. So we only modeled fire in the wildlands and, well, let's say in forest, shrublands, and grasslands. And so we don't determine whether it's close to a community or away from a community because it's sort of in a spatial sort of statewide level assessment. We do want to eventually get to the point where we're also simulating fires that get into communities, because unfortunately this is becoming a thing that happens in California. We're funding research into that currently to try to get to those to that assessment. And in terms of scenario one, right? So there are people within the forest science community that believe that reducing forest management on lands will get you to the best carbon outcomes. And so we wanted to respect that viewpoint as well by including that in our scenarios. And so we do include that in our scenarios, consistent with how we described how we developed the scenario, right? Trying to maximize that carbon. It's thought, well, okay, let's not cut anything and see how that does. And in terms of fires, when you have more fuels in your forest, so if you're not removing those fuels, as fires increase, those fuels will burn. And so that's what's leading scenario one to have more wildfire emissions. Those fuels are going to burn. And so if we can remove those at different rates in the other scenarios, those emissions decrease because we've removed the fuel that feeds those fires. Anyway, that's it.
Next, we have Claire Brew. Claire.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd really like to thank the staff in Natural and Working Lands. I think it's been an iterative process, and there has been ability to affect recommendations. And I'm specifically thinking about the inclusion of % organic acreage as a metric, which is doable and has multiple benefits as a measure for croplands. I also appreciate seeing the health figures, and second, the importance of including black carbon as something that will have health implications. I'm also struck that what initially you're talking about scenario one as maximizing carbon stocks, but in fact, I wonder if what the scoping plan really needs is a look across land types to optimize greenhouse gas emission reduction. And I understand this is really complex and a lot of moving parts, but staying with these, if you will, somewhat siloed scenarios may mean that we miss what is the most cost-effective way to maximize emissions reductions. And so specifically, I'm wondering if you had a scenario that had the 30% acreage in organic farming and looked at also, if you will, a cost-effective urban tree investment and optimizing grasslands, desert, coastal wetlands, what would be the best we could do with greenhouse gas emissions? Because when I look at your description of scenario 1, it is sort of leaving things alone, but that may not be the best way to optimize greenhouse gases. So I definitely appreciate all the work that's been done, but I think from the point of view of where we're trying to get, maybe there's another parallel issue to optimize greenhouse gas emission reduction. And I hear you that the wildfires in the forests are, you know, the gorilla, as it were, in this. And I'm not capable of opining on the right strategies. But, you know, looking at something which optimizes for all, across all land types, seems like it might be valuable. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Claire. Yeah, I appreciate the comments, and I do think that there's value in thinking about this in terms of how do you optimize the benefits that the various land types can provide. But I also, you know, thinking about kind of some of the considerations we've been talking about on the energy and the industrial side, I think that those considerations are important too in terms of the implementation feasibility of the increase in the land management actions. You know, can we realistically get to the levels of land management in the timeframes that we're talking about based off of, you know, what we know is happening today on the ground in terms of, you know, limits on the workforce to support these increases, limits on kind of the financial and market mechanisms to provide funding for these actions, and, you know, limits on feasibility with respect to on the ground barriers that may exist when you're talking about, you know, really ramping up urban forestry, or you're talking about trying to increase organic agriculture in the agricultural sector. And so, you know, there's those considerations to I think also layer into, you know, what is the kind of appropriate path forward for the natural working land sectors. And those are all things that we're thinking about and kind of discussing with our sister agencies as well as part of the scoping plan. And, you know, I think one of the other things that I take away from the exercise that we've done here on natural working lands is that there are definitely trade-offs. You know, there are trade-offs from the perspective of both the greenhouse gas side and also the wildfire emissions and costs and kind of employment shifting that occurs as you think about the scenarios and you think about the individual landscapes and the actions on those individual landscapes. And so I'll give you an example. You know, for the carbon stock numbers, if you look out over 20 years across all of the scenarios, we expect all the scenarios and all the landscapes, we expect that the natural working lands will ultimately be, you know, on an annual basis a net emitter. And if you approach it from the perspective of what is the best, you know, or the least amount of emissions from, I should say, the least amount of emissions from natural working lands, it kind of leads you to scenario 1, because you're really ramping up so much urban forestry actions, and then you have, you know, also some pretty intense kind of wildfires that take place early in the scenario. And so if you're just looking at how do I maximize carbon, like, it might tell you go to scenario 1, but that also doesn't consider the significant costs that would require to manage that level of urban forestry, the employment shifts that would be needed to happen to manage that level of urban forestry, or the health impacts that come from wildfire emissions, because you're seeing a pretty big increase in early wildfire emissions as a result of, you know, reducing your amount of management to zero. So anyway, this is just a couple of considerations to think about it. There is no kind of clear silver bullet or win in the natural working land side where you can maximize all of these outcomes. You have to think about it in terms of like the various different trade-offs.
Thank you. Next, we have board members Tanya Pacheco-Warner.
Yes, hi, thank you. Quick question. For the looking back at some of the documentation and the maps, I wasn't sure how the federal lands were being distinguished from the state lands, and if there if they are included in the modeling, is the assumption that the federal government will also not be doing any maintenance on the lands? Thank you.
Hello, thanks for the question. Yeah, so we take into account ownership, whether it's federal or private or forest industry, or we have several other ownership categories. So yeah, in scenario one, we are assuming we stop all forest management and also on shrublands and grasslands as well, regardless of ownership, whether it's federal or state or whatnot. How that would occur in real life, yet to be seen. We're being policy neutral at this point. We just want to see what the outcomes could be if we could achieve certain levels of action. Thanks.
I'd like to add to that too. I think that this consideration about land ownership is an important one. And while when we talk about the modeling, we're talking about levels of land management across all ownership classes. I think when we just start to get into the discussion about the scenario and the right pathway for natural working lands that gets proposed as part of the scoping plan, I mean, this is a consideration. And as I mentioned earlier, right now the state has a shared stewardship agreement with the U.S. Forest Service. A significant portion of the state's forested landscapes are managed by the federal government, and that shared stewardship agreement looks to have the state and the U.S. Forest Service hit 1 million acres. That was not a inconsequential agreement that the state and the U.S. Forest Service came to an agreement on. So being able to ramp up to 2.5 million certainly would be a big increase from what we've already set out as a pretty lofty goal. And then 5 million acres of management, which is described in Alt 4, would be on the unprecedented scale of forest management. It would require significant coordination with landowners, both from the federal side and the local side, to see that level of management happen.
Thank you. The next two commenters are Sarah Aird and Kathleen Kilpatrick. Sarah, you are unmuted. Please state your comment.
Can folks hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yes, thank you so much. So first, I'll try and make my comments quick, but first I just want to also thank CARB staff. I can't imagine trying to do all this work in such a limited amount of time, and also we're very appreciative of some of the EJ concerns that have been incorporated into the scoping plan, especially with respect to organic farming. But I did want to flag a couple different things. So first of all, I just really appreciate one of the earlier comments about whether we're looking at all of this in quite the right way in terms of achieving our greatest greenhouse gas emission reductions and co-benefits. So for example, the agricultural sector is getting vastly undercounted as a whole in terms of its impact on climate. The chemical production that's associated with chemical inputs, for example, is not included. Equally significantly, there isn't consideration of the fact that much of our agriculture is export oriented for sale outside of California and often globally. That transportation, my understanding, is accounted for as transportation and not a reflection of our true agricultural economy. And I think because of that, some of the solutions that we're looking at are missing the boat. I would also flag that a lot of that export focus requires monocropping, which tends to vastly overuse pesticides because they've depleted the biodiversity of the soil, they've depleted the biodiversity of other plants and nature, and basically have eradicated a lot of the natural predators and natural systems that could have helped with pest management. And then finally, just in terms of looking at this kind of agricultural system more holistically, this very communities that are growing our food are actually some of the most food insecure communities in the state of California, and in some cases in the state of the nation. And so again, I'm just concerned that overall some of the sectors that we're looking at and some of the silos we've created are leading us to some false solutions. And then my quick questions are, and comments, my quicker ones, is that we are thrilled to have organic farming in the scoping plan, but our ask is that, that the target be that all agriculture includes 30% organically farmed agriculture by 2030, not 2045. 2030 puts us in line with other agricultural economies that are focused on achieving organic farming at that level. If we wait until 2045, that's just completely inadequate. I'd also just like to ask, I know that we've had some conversations with CARB staff about promoting herbicide use in forestry. We're extremely concerned about that for a whole variety of reasons, including the potential impacts on greenhouse gases, but also on biodiversity and human health, and would like to hear if there have been any adjustments or changes in that. I also was really interested in the employment, the very strong focus on forestry and employment. And again, thinking that there are other ways of dealing with invasives that include a lot of employment opportunities. And then finally, I was pretty confused about the knowledge gaps and health benefits of organic and sustainable ag, and would love a little bit of clarification on those 4 bullet points at the bottom of that slide, because there's ample evidence around the impacts of pesticides and the benefits, well, not the benefits of the impacts of pesticides on human health, on children, on vulnerable populations. We have some of the best studies in California with the chamacos and UCLA, and so I may have just misunderstood that section, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Adam. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Sarah. So first of all of your comments, thank you. Please put those into the public docket so that we can fully absorb all of them moving forward. So I will address the question about forest herbicide use. So again, we've spoken with you and a couple other of your colleagues, and we've gotten input about possible alternatives about how to transition forest herbicide use into more organic and public health friendly uses. Again, also in forests, we have a massive invasive species problem, and we have to do weed control after forest management, or it will just not be effective. So we do have to have some sort of ability to control these. So again, we can look towards using more organic solutions in that effort. So thanks.
Yeah, and Sarah, also kind of happy to circle back on the slide where we talk about the knowledge gaps and the health benefits of organic and sustainable ag. The point that we were really trying to kind of highlight here is that there is some literature here that backs the health benefits from organic and sustainable agricultural practices that we know that we're not capturing here in terms of the health benefit data that we're putting forward, but we wanted to make sure that we were highlighting that there is some agreement in the literature around the health benefits. And I think you and I and others have had a number of conversations over the last few months about how we could progress that area into a place to be able to have kind of predictive models like what you're seeing in some of the other sectors and other landscapes to quantify that, but that we're just not there yet. So anyway, happy to follow on with some additional information about the literature review and get into that in more specifics if you'd like.
Thank you. Next, we have Kathleen Kilpatrick.
Thank you. I did not plan to stick around for this last part, but I'm glad I did. It was much more encouraging than the health component was. Just to state that there are a lot of unknowns about the contributions to health impacts of climate change with regards to farming practices and pesticide use. Thank you for that. I'm not one of those people who considers economically based planning and risk management as persuasive. So sitting through this whole day was challenging for me. But I think if you were really actually attempting to compare apples to apples, I didn't get that. I was very confused by what scenarios were being compared from one presentation to another, and hopefully the table will help illuminate that for me and make it more accessible to the public who may choose to comment. And I think to reiterate Sarah's point and the response, because scoping has been delegated to CARB, there have been air quality analyses and targets that didn't really focus on all the health impacts of climate change. And because the research in those areas, a lot of it is still qualitative and still pretty soft. It's kind of a matter of that old thing about looking where the light is brightest. And so we're missing a lot of what the impacts may be. I'm kind of seeing the unfolding of, okay, option 3 is everybody's favorite, and I'm going to have to get a more clear picture of what option 3 contains from all those different areas. But I did hear it said that some of these options, especially with natural and working lands, are labor intensive. And if you're going to look at something that's labor intensive, you're going to need to look at how you're going to be able to access a labor force that's willing to work in the forests and the fields of California. And that would go back to, impacts on farm workers and the people who are willing to do that work. And in order to get that labor force activated at the scale that is going to need to be activated, you will have to pay people a living wage. And that may seem to be costly, but from my point of view, that's going to have to entail, when this is rolled out legislatively and in the regulatory realm, having limitations on the profits to be reaped at the top, because you can't pay workers a living wage unless you limit the profit margin and who gets to hold on to those capital gains. So I know that's a different elephant in the room, but because I care about my neighbors who have been doing this work, I just want to put in a little word for them to be able to do it in a safe and healthy manner and to be adequately paid so that they can afford to pay for housing and eat a healthy diet. So I'm just throwing that out as something to bear in mind. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Yeah, I would encourage you to put those in writing and submit them to our public docket, please. Thank you.
All right, next we have Frank Harris. Frank, I have you unmuted. Please unmute yourself and state your comments.
Yeah, hi, great. Thank you very much. Frank Harris with the California Municipal Utilities Association. Appreciate the opportunity to ask this follow-up question, but perhaps the question was just answered split second before I started, and it was, is there going to be an opportunity to submit written comments following today's workshop?
Yeah, so we do not have a comment docket open at this point, but we will be releasing the draft scoping plan with this material, and that will be in preparation for a board hearing in July. The plan is to release the draft scoping plan in early May for 45-day comment period, and then plus the board meeting. So there's going to be ample opportunities coming in the very near future to give us feedback on this presentation and the draft scoping plan.
So in order to submit written comments on today's presentations, I would have to wait until the draft scoping plan is released?
Yes.
I would encourage CARB to reconsider that. Don't know if it's possible, but would certainly encourage you to reconsider that timeline.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Frank, and I'll certainly take that back and appreciate the feedback.
Okay, it looks like we have reached the end of our commenters list. I'm gonna wait just a couple of seconds here to see if anyone's hands are raised. I don't see any more hands. Stephanie, I'm passing this back to you.
Okay, thank you, Lon. We just have a couple of quick closing slides. Okay, so here are the activities coming up in the next several months following today's workshop. In May, we plan to release the draft scoping plan and draft environmental analysis for public comment. And in June, we will present the draft scoping plan to the board. The board may provide additional direction to CARB staff to inform the final scoping plan. Based on board direction and continued stakeholder engagement through the public process, updated modeling for the proposed scoping plan scenario will be conducted this summer in preparation for assembling the proposed final scoping plan. We'll continue engagement with the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, which will continue to meet at least monthly, and the committee is planning community meetings and will be developing recommendations to inform the final scoping plan. The final scoping plan will be released in the fall, and the board is slated to vote on the final scoping plan in late fall of 2022. And next slide. So we encourage you to continue to stay engaged through the update development process. This slide has the link on the Scoping Plan Workshops webpage. And thank you to our speakers and commenters today and for everyone's participation. And have a good evening, and thank you for bearing with us due to the earlier technical issue. Thanks very much, everyone.